want a cigarette.
Reefers.
Reefers.
Hello, amigo. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is episode 802.75. And as titled, of course, this is a Weed Nerd World. Hopefully, you guys had a great weekend. Actually, had a long, very cannabis-filled weekend. Hopefully, you guys had a great weekend. Kicked off your week. To a good start. Looking to hang out with some cool folks. Southern BT, how you doing? You ready to smoke 2 joints? What's up, ganja ghosts? But eat kilowatts. Ain't Nova in the house. Smoke. Let's do some smoking. I'm way past time. CJ Apple, I don't know how I missed you this weekend. Cheers, my friend. Kind of bummed out. I meant to, oh man, fucking crazy weekend. Crazy weekend. But a good weekend. Dude, I am bummed I missed CJ though. I did see Mr. Smiley. He said he had ran into you earlier in the day, and I had hopes I was going to run into you again. Or again, run into you. Tracks. Smiley coming in. What up, Mr. Smiley? Take it.
Oh yeah, badass hat. Going on.
What you smoking on tonight?
So I was running low, and I'm digging into a deep stash, like jars I hadn't seen in a while. Had to blow some dust off them and shit. Can't see it, but
The deep stash, he says.
but yeah, I found some. I don't know. It's labeled Gorilla Glue. It's pretty good. So it's got that yellow tint to it, so I know it's old. But yeah, it's still good. It ain't like hay. It's fucking stony, jiggly. I don't know. Like it.
Yeah, I don't know about the yellowing there. I usually for just when I see that through the jar, I'm like, I don't know. But what do you think about it? What is the process in yellowing? Is it just turning to its next phase?
Yeah, it's oxidized.
Oxidized.
Yeah, oxidizing, right?
Man, it took me. I'm still recovering from this weekend. Literally still recovering from this weekend.
Yeah, it's fine, man. Place is jamming.
Man, so I don't know what it is about them, those indoor vents, but I had the same problem when at the Organics Cup there. I literally had the munchies for like 2 days. So it's a bottomless pit, and that's funny. All right, I'll take it. All right, so I leave Saturday night, right? I decided to come back late Saturday night. Figured, oh man, highway's gonna be mine, which it was. You know, I'd be able to just zip right back. No worries. This is gonna be good. I jump in the fucking car and I take off, and all good. I've got enough gas to make it for a little while. And then My stomach's telling me I was hungry as fuck before I left. And so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I think I will stop. I'll just stop early and get some gas and try to score some food. Fucking, I don't, at least five fucking exits I get off at. One of all fucking, of course, roundabout heavens. I got off at one exit. I think it might have been Highland. And it was fucking roundabout. There's like 6 of them in a fucking row. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? But the point is, every one of them said, and I seriously didn't want any McDonald's, but I was going to settle for whatever I could get. So I pull off and make a McDonald's. McDonald's is closed. Said right on the highway sign, 24 hour. No, I fell for that 5 fucking times because I figured, well, one maybe, but exit after exit, and every one of them said McDonald's, and it said 24 hours under it.
You missed the part where that said yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday, meaning before the pandemic, because ever since the shutdown, like ever since we came back, 24 hours on most of like some of these big corporations is non-existent anymore. And they still list it as a 24-hour store online too.
Something's got to be done about this.
Yes, who will stand with me?
I tell you what, the other night I would have fought fucking. I'd have threw everything in on that fight, man. McDonald's, this is fuck. Fuck, I was just angry.
You're gonna be on the next video, some dude bashing in the drive-through window and shit. There was a security video I seen. A guy broke into like a hamburger place like that. He didn't steal shit, but 2 hamburgers, and I think he even left like 10 or something on the counter. He just wanted food. They were closed, and he broke in and he made 2 hamburgers and fucking left with a pop.
It was either way. It was a cruel joke on this fucking stoner that was fucking that hungry. That's all I can say.
Were you hopeful every time too? Like,
oh yeah, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. This was gonna be the one every time.
Even after the 3rd one, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I ended up stopping at some other gas station, fucking getting fucking sausages and fucking something sweet. And that was kind of even a bummer too, because it was like a local, it had everything in one. If I could have hit one good gas station, if per happened to be like open, it had like fried chicken, beef jerky, all that good shit, but it didn't have any hot food at the hour that I was there. And I could feel like the glass on the warmers. You could literally feel it like radiating off. Like it was just turned off or just being warmed up. I don't know, but it was a cruel joke.
It's like a mission to get to White Castle or some shit.
Cheers, Big Dave. How you doing?
Cheers, guys. Smiley. Camp Trooper Eagle. Sorry I missed last Thursday, man. I had to take some new medication, man. I was out. I wasn't expecting that.
That's not allowed.
So I waited. Well, cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
What y'all smoking on?
A little bit of everything. I'm trying to clean up this tray. What you got there, Ken?
This is Pineapple Express.
What kind of card is that?
It is a BHO card.
What's the brand? Is it a sauce?
No.
What's the brand?
Just a generic fucking Chinese housing that you can buy in mass.
I was just about to ask, like, is the branding becoming a thing with those?
No, it is not a brand at all. Trust me. I mean, the shit that you get from China, I mean, the packaging looks legit and everything, but it's not.
Is it ever?
All you got to do is you got to tell them what flavors you got, and they'll put it on there for you.
Nice.
Yeah, it's weird. They just mix up the flavor, right? Like it's whatever turkey mix.
No, it's not whatever flavor they have. It's whatever flavor we have that gets mixed in. So just depends on who's doing it.
Huh. I was saying it is like a fountain drink or some shit, or you're gonna have like a one machine that dispenses whatever flavor you want. Just fucking punch it in there.
Oh no, there are some legit terps in these.
Okay. That's gonna be a thing we gotta start. Yeah, it's an idea, right? That's an idea right there. Fucking program it. You can just like a fountain drink, like your own vape. Fucking
There's all sorts of ideas.
I still was cracking up the other day when you were all like, "Oh, the classic." Yeah, when the band was playing or the artist was playing the other night, and she all says, "I'm gonna play you guys one of my classics." And you were like, "Oh shit!" When she's got classics. Oh, that's funny. Some of that music was like, I don't know how. I thought I seen like half the room blushing in some of that music that was being played as I looked around. It was some.
They were talking about that. Jessica was talking about that. It was teasing me about staring at the what was the one? I can't even think of her name. But basically, I mean, whatever. She was doing her thing up there, but she was basically a stripper up on the fucking stage. Like, you know, the outfit she had on was not an outfit, really. And the people dancing with her didn't really have an outfit either. It was fucking basically like bikini or some shit. But yeah, she was a big girl, man. She was a big girl too. She was moving. She was moving and singing, and yeah, she was a big girl in an outfit that didn't fit her for sure.
Was she moving and were you grooving?
I was just kind of like, I don't know, I was kind of set back, man. It was one of those like, holy shit, is that really like she's really doing it? Like,
There was a few of those entertainers that were kind of fell in that label right there during that one. Saturday's music, yeah, that was the Hash Bash Cup. Okay. Yeah.
It was just a little unexpected. That's all. I mean, it was like all of a sudden, it was like she was like a big Nicki Minaj, like a bigger version of Nicki Minaj. Like she's a pretty good, thick girl.
I think the theme of Saturday's Cup afternoon could have been ass and titties on the stage there.
Yeah, that's why I was just like, when it came out, it was like you were just sitting there all smoking and like, oh shit, there's like a fucking stripper stage going on, man. Like,
shit, let the summer hit and you have that stuff down here, you won't need them to strip. Like all the chicks just walk around wearing nothing basically all day down here. It gets hot. It gets real hot.
It wasn't hot though.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was kind of cold.
and deer in the headlights.
I don't know. I give them credit. They got up there, did their thing, whatever. I'm not trying to knock anybody. It was just one of those things where, I don't know, we were like all baked. It was super baked. And like, I think the band before them was like a blues band or some shit. And then all of a sudden it was on just like this chick like hardcore rapping and fucking, yeah, it was like.
I kept wanting to jump in with the camera and like get some footage, but every time like I was like, all right, the next one, fresh set. And I'd like start to think how grab that camera and they'd be like, all right, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. We'll jump right into my next one. Start off talking about sucking dick and titties. Damn, this isn't the one.
She was too, man. She was rapping about how her coochie had guys dizzy. It's all kinds of shit. She had,
my favorite one was What was it? I think that was a classic too. I ain't no stank asshole or something.
That was the classic for sure.
That was the classic, I think. Yeah, it's a good day though.
Yeah, it was definitely multicultural. How's that? I'm sure there were people there that liked it. I don't know, whatever.
Sounds like it was a great time, man.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Like I said, I'm not hating on her. It was just like it was like that. It was like, whoa, like oh shit, I shifted gears fast. Like, oh god.
Nice. Sounds like a good party.
Yeah. It was a good time, man. They had live music most of the time. And there you go.
We got something happening here. An event, first one I heard of, especially up back home where I used to live. Told you I made a mistake and moved north like an idiot. But it's the first cannabis event. And they're saying smokers are welcome. There's gonna be smoking allowed, and I don't know. I think I'm gonna go check it out. Kind of skeptical though. It's in the hood.
Nothing wrong with that. Everybody loves the weed. Just careful where you park, I guess.
Well, see, it's at this hotel. It's at this really nice hotel. And we used to go there for our installation dinners for the firehouse. And they were very strict on even smoking cigarettes. Like they'd make us leave the premises. Even being outside wasn't good enough and away from the doors. They wanted you outside on the sidewalk, on public sidewalk smoking. It was weird. I don't know. But they're going to allow cannabis now? I don't know.
That cup we were at was in a hotel. And then that hotel was smoked out for sure, man. You could almost cut the smoke inside that hotel with a knife.
Nice. Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
That place has to smell for weeks after. I
don't know how that's gonna work. Curious though.
You think they'd put ventilation systems in of some type or filtration? Even just put one of them can filters and a filter blower on the end of it, just blowing. I mean that clears the air so much. You know what I mean? It's something. They don't even try.
You think that all them companies that used to make all them smoke handlers and shit for the fucking bars and shit are now out of fucking business because of the delay? You know what I mean? The no smoking indoors and shit. Now they're like, oh shit, we be using them for these events and shit.
Maybe. Couple.
Ahead of their time.
I'm sure. And that's a shame too, man. A lot of those businesses were small businesses.
The company or the hash bash itself was pretty good time. Me and Detroit River Rat walked over there. It was cold. Took a shuttle. That's the way, man. That took a shuttle from the hotel down to the Diag there, and just was able to catch one and hit back the hotel. Any other time I've went to the hash bash itself, just the regular hash bash, I've spent a lot of time just trying to fucking park. So just to be able to zip down there, get off, and get to it was fucking kind of nice. Pretty good protest. A little cold, but it was nice to see that still out there putting on the fight. I was able to source a lot of the speakers that were coming off the mic and talk to them about coming on to the show. So a lot of the speakers that were speaking will be on the show, kind of elaborating what they were passionate about at the hash bash there. So a lot of future guests stemming from this weekend.
Network.
Get a lot of guests, man.
I didn't necessarily network the vendors as much as I usually do, man. Those vendor rooms were packed.
Yeah.
Packed.
That was kind of bold the way they do that too. Like you just fucking, you can't even hardly walk in between the aisles. Like there's so many people. Like if you stop to like check out some bud or something on the guy's table, you're like getting bumped into, or like, you know what I mean? Like people are trying to get around you and shit just because you stop. It's like they got to get a little more room in between those. Just stop trying to pack everybody in there so tight.
That's always a problem with those events, though. Proper walkways.
Yeah, it was cool. I could see Fergroli had a booth there. It was cool to see him. Got some, I forget, Mr. Lime, I think it was. His lime skunk's our favorite, and he didn't have none of that. This was the closest he had. It's all straight lime. It's really good, but it's lime.
I fucking ate one of his cookies. I forget which one it was. I think it was a Primal Punch, a garlic punch cookie. But sitting here last night, fucking just craving something sweet. And then I was like, oh yeah, that Fergroli cookies. Them fuckers are good.
The lime skunk one was good, dude. That was real good. Lime skunk.
I got to get out there sometime, man. I want to try all these strange flavors I keep hearing about. Around here, it's hard. Well, I'll stay here in this anyway.
We would love to have you at one of these events. They're usually pretty damn fun.
Yeah, I am. As long as the alcohol stays away. Then I don't get in trouble. Once I start drinking beers, man, it's over with.
That's what we'd have to do, an event at a hotel or something like that, so that's travel and, you know what I mean? Like Big Dave wanted to come to the Eagles event, and it could be like staying at a hotel and be right there.
Yeah.
Like a Weed Nerd roundup or some shit.
Shh, nobody wants to hear you. Shh.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool, especially if we could score a hotel like that where we could just fucking have our festivities just right in that area right there, party all down, just stumble off to our rooms.
God. Can't do anything without this thing coming in between my legs. My baby. My baby.
Yeah, it'd be dope.
Yeah, man. Most definitely.
For the first time ever, I can honestly say I did sit there yesterday or Saturday looking around and kind of kicking over the idea seriously about some type of Weed Nerd World event. I honestly looked around and like, we could probably do this. We could probably do this.
Most definitely, that'd be awesome.
I think it would be
success. I mean, you know, look how many people follow and listen and are weed nerds that are here. You know, whether they, you know, and give people time. Like if you can plan it right and give people time, you know, in for work, put in for some off time, and I'm definitely game. I definitely need a vacation.
That'd be badass.
You think you got me going where it's cold too, though.
Like you say, give everybody time to make plans or arrangements.
Yeah.
We could even do it someplace
long enough, you know.
Central, you know, like find a place in Oklahoma even or whatever. Again, but like, yeah.
Hopefully someplace. Hopefully it'll be warm season too, man.
I wouldn't have to be here. I'd travel. I think I would travel. Both. Either way. Yeah, we should seriously think about planning something for some time soon.
Well, we're thinking about it right now, even. So.
True.
Just scare you.
Eagle Promotions. Eagle Garden Promotions. I'll put together the poster for the vendor booths.
I think we could entertainment would be easy. There's a lot of cool weed nerds that fucking do cool things. We'd have some good music. I think it'd be fun.
Oh yeah, I could look forward to something like that. Well, let's keep the ball rolling on that, definitely.
What types of things have to happen at a Weed Nerd World event? What would the expectation be?
Man, I don't know. I think that that bar would be pretty high without even the door opening. I think everybody would be expecting serious fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I would think some kind of like just like old school like fucking games like sack races and shit like that, or you know what I mean, just fucking team events and shit like that would be fun, you know.
Yeah, we can make it real fun, man. We can
sack races, all that good shit.
Guns. We can all play paintball. That's a fun dogging game. I'll tell you, man, you get addicted to that real quick, man. It's an expensive hobby too. Horseshoes, man. See, man, where I come from, it's more woodsy, so we do like horseshoes. Like I said, paintball, airsoft now a lot.
Lawn darts.
You know what would be funny is, you know, like you could have like a bong making contest. You could have it like just random items set out on a table, and each table have different random items and shit. Just, you know what I mean? You guys got 5 minutes to put together a working bong to smoke this bowl, and you know what I mean? Shit like that. There'd be a lot of cool, fun things you could do.
Hoops 420 saying Grower Olympics. Yeah. Who can trim a quarter pound faster? Well, remember that one guest you had on too? He was like, they were like racing at smoking a fucking quarter ounce or some shit through a bong. The bong races, was it? Or was I dreaming that? That really happened, right?
That's a thing?
Yeah, everybody looked at me. I guess I was dreaming that shit. I don't know. I was a guest Eagle had on. It was the dude who was talking about bong racing.
You know, we got
there was a bong racer. Oh, God, I can't remember who it was though. Because remember, he was it was a gentleman. He was practicing during the show, and yeah, he was super serious about the bong races. How fast you can, yeah.
That is serious shit.
Yeah,
shit.
He's got some set of lungs on him. Thought I smoked a lot.
Random acts of stonerness and shit.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get put away and everybody in the joint that hears about what he does, because then he might just be like a target then.
That's real life too. True story. Fuck around, find out.
Some things you don't want to find out, Dave.
No, you don't want to find out.
They are rough like that, man. I've been to jail. They are rough, man. We were the rough guys, man. It sucked, but whatever. Always picking. I feel bad. All the people I picked on, man.
It is what it is, man. It's his culture. It's just that's what happens there. Yeah. But what's it called? Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Ever since I had a kid, man, I changed my motherfucking ways. No more trouble for me, man. I've learned that shit costs way too much money nowadays. Way too much money.
Yeah.
Recovery hurts a lot more too.
What's up?
And recovering hurts a lot more.
What do you mean?
like just I don't know, getting in trouble and I don't know, fights or drinking or.
It's hard. It's hard, but you know what I'm saying? Like ever since I had my kid, man, I gotta start leading by example. And I haven't always done that on a lot of different things. So, you know, I've really been pushing that real hard the past few years, and it's tough. I've been struggling lately, to be honest with you, but yet here I am. Do whatever you put your mind to. I don't care who you are.
What about like you could have like mind coordination games? Like you get to line them up with some strong ass cannabis, and then you gotta like put some puzzles together or some shit like that. Word finds, stoner word finds after you smoked buds. I don't know.
We're gonna do it like next 420 weekend or something. Like, would you do it over 420? Trying to look for a calendar, like, or what would it be an appropriate time of year to do the
And you know, I'm with Big Dave there. I'd like to see a fucking summertime event. Warm.
Yeah. Well, that all depends on where you go. Like you can go south in the wintertime for us, us northerners. You know what I mean? We can go in the wintertime. We can go south. It's decent south. You know, my cousin's been trying to get me to go to Tennessee, which is kind of in the middle. You know what I mean? But he says he hardly sees snow. He goes, dude, it's beautiful down here. It's warm. I've been bitching. It's fucking cold. He's like, oh, it's been 80 degrees down here, bro. I'm like, motherfucker, man, you make me want to come to fucking Tennessee, kick your ass. But it's been nice here. Been nice here, man. I'm glad summer's here or spring's here.
What do we want to do at a time of year where like weed nerds could bring their own weed, like from their grow, like, you know, so it'd be after harvest or.
Virginia's a good place to go to because it's legal, and they also have events already there. So it's like, you know, you don't have to go like look for a place. You can just go meet up at a pre-existing event.
Yeah, but isn't that far for the people on the West Coast?
We're talking about our own event.
Oh, your own event?
Yeah, we're gonna do a Weed Nerd World. That was what the brainstorming was.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part. I'm fine. Yeah, man.
I mean, it does sound good, but I don't know how that would work for like everyone out on the West Coast.
Just do a big ass barbecue where everybody brings their bud and we just cook out and fucking have a potluck and all that type of shit. That's the best thing to do.
Yeah, man. Now we talking.
So food and weed in what, late August? Is that gonna be a good summer?
I mean, you guys are tipping into the
late August in a hotel that'll host smoking possibly. So we got kind of the start of like a skeleton game plan, right?
So there are places in my state where they have glamping and you can rent out the whole fucking place. And I don't know like how far booked out they are, but if it's all like nice and stuff, camp out for like a weekend and shit like that, everybody fucking. And there's a bunch of trails and shit like that, and the views up there are usually pretty good.
Camping thing would be, I think that's a must. I think it should be a camping thing for sure.
Yeah, because I heard hotel, and I was just like, bro, like one night of a hotel, like that's like gas and like a whole campsite. Like you could do a campsite, be cheaper. And then you could do a nice campsite too.
Yeah, okay, so campground.
Yeah.
Late August. So
it's only cheap if you have camping equipment. You've got to add camping equipment to it.
No, that's why I was saying we got to find one of those places that's like the glamping place. So they got like the setup. It's like a tent cabin type thing. Have you seen those before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But Eagle, I got a Coleman tent last year. It's a 6-person tent, and it cost me under $100. Rainproof, shit like that. It's a decent tent. That ain't that bad. He's right. It probably would be cheaper.
I just need my hammock.
Nice.
Well, that sounds like we should really get serious about it.
Oh, I'm game. I'm definitely game for this. I think it'd be pretty cool. Barbecue, like you said, games. It'd be a good time, man.
Let's go. Let's go.
He's ready. Let me guess, that's how you travel too.
You need a stick to tie those around. So.
I'm sure he's got.
I actually got like a bag that's like a sling bag that I just strap them all to, so it just like all stays on a sling bag. It's pretty compact actually.
Like the super merce.
It's funny, Justin Bean says grow tent camping. Funny.
I got a big wall.
Make KZ jealous, man. He's got the bigger fanny pack as ever.
Nice. Well, let him out. Smiley, Canna Trooper, Eagle. It's always awesome hanging with you, brother. I'm sorry I got to work so fucking early, but Thursday we're supposed to have rain, so hopefully I'll be off. I should be able to jump back in with you guys, smoke another one with you guys on Thursday.
Right on.
Talking shit with Eagle, brother.
Have a great day, brother. Man. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
So we got to start working on a place then, or?
Yeah. At least start asking around, see if we can find a venue. Why not?
I
think you'd be in. Oh, it is overdue. It is overdue. Try.
Or if you could get like, I don't know, even like some of the speakers that have been on before, see if any of them would want to come out. So, make it something, maybe.
I think it would. I think there's a lot of people that I think it'd have a positive response all the way around.
Yeah, get Mendo Dope involved.
Oh, Mendo already signed up. Remember, they've already said a couple of times. You put something together, we'll be there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. They probably have a few connections on a couple other people might come do something too. So.
I'm sure we can get Pony Boy to come. Los Marijuanos.
Yeah, that dude's fucking awesome.
He put on a pretty good show.
My nugget?
He's funny as fuck.
He's right. Yeah, he's a pretty funny dude there.
I think he does a pretty good show. You know, being an independent dude and just low key doing his thing. He's an entertaining guy, so like.
I'm not sure. Well, that portion of the Hash Bash has been blocked by YouTube. Now, when I was recording later that night, like during the drum beats, when I was letting the DJ play, I kept getting like copyright notices, and they did shut the stream down for a minute, but then they let it play. Then like today I started like trying to go back and clean up some of the copyright shit that was actually keeping the video from being blocked. There's one of them I can't take out because it was on content that isn't even released yet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think it might be Pony Boy. Because I remember I seen him earlier in the night, and he's like, "Hey man, I gotta give me your number. I gotta give you I'm dropping a new song and shit." And I want you to hear it. I am almost thinking by the lineup, I think it might be his song he played during the show. That might be the new one that is being copywritten right now. But there's one of them I can't fix right now to get that portion loaded back up because it's on unreleased material. I never had that one yet. That's a new one. So.
All right, you gotta wait until it's released or some shit. That's funny.
I kind of felt like I don't know, a little. I was like, "Ooh, really? Unreleased? I've got unreleased content. Nobody else has got." No, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I like that Blu-ray. Pretty badass.
Thank you.
What's up, man? Glow in the dark.
Pretty trippy.
Oh,
It's got some purple in it too and shit, but work in progress.
so you got a lot of coats on that one.
Yeah, I do.
Got to meet Miss Blue Kiss Gardens in person. Finally. That was cool.
So to get a big hug from Blue Kiss. That's awesome.
Right. Got to see a bunch of cool people this weekend. Fucking I never did see CJ.
No?
No.
I caught him out in the food line. That was the one time I seen him. He's elusive, I guess. I don't know.
Miss Naughty Nikki, I owe her a hug. I was talking with somebody. She tapped me on my shoulder to say goodbye, I guess. And I was finished up what I was saying and turned back and she was gone. So I owe her a big hug and I'm sorry. But yeah, there's a lot of great people there this weekend. Glad I got to see you and yours, Smiley, Sweet Spirit. It was fun hanging out with you guys as always. And of course, Mr. Detroit River Rat, his awesome hospitality. He's always fun to hang out with.
Is that Gem and Gems a pretty decent show?
Gems and Genetics?
Yeah.
I haven't done. So.
I haven't been to one of their events yet either, but I was back and forth and with them a little bit earlier today. And I got a feeling you're going to see at least me checking out some of their events, live streaming some of that shit. So you'll hopefully get to know soon enough.
I'm wondering if that's the same outfit that does. I've seen some shit on YouTube that was that All Gas No Brakes. I don't know if you've ever seen his channel before.
Yeah.
He does like man on the street interviews. But he was doing an interview at a Gem and Jen's festival, they called it. But it was basically just a bunch of people walking around tripping their balls off, buying rocks and shit.
Yeah, that's not the one.
That's a different thing entirely. I don't know if it was like connected somehow or not.
No, this is Gems and Genetics, I think.
Speaking of tripping balls, I thought it'd be a good idea when I got back from the hash bash to consume a little bit of psilocybin there. Man, that shit hit me pretty good early in the day. What the hell is that?
Big ass piece of quartz.
Nice.
Yeah, I found it on my work site. Sorry.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's like giant. I'm gonna clean it off and sand it down.
Hey man, I'm gonna jump out though too. It's my time to get ready. Appreciate you coming on early, man. It's awesome hanging out.
It's awesome getting to hang out with you this weekend and early episode with you today, man. Hope you have a good week.
Yeah, you too. All right, man. So,
Later, Smiley.
I was kind of shocked to see you on so early.
Yeah, well, we did kind of decide on that last week, and now it's going to be Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays and Thursdays are the early ones.
Nice. There you go. Did you see that meme I made recently? I think I sent it to you.
I did not see it. What was it? Tell us about it.
You just gotta see it, man.
Was it? Did you send it to the?
It's one of your accounts. I don't know. You got like 3 or 4 of them, bro.
I do.
All right. It's the Eagle Gardens one, I think.
That's the one I can't access from the computer. I'm actually locked out of that account right now, man.
Oh man. Of course.
It's not well. At least I can only access it from one phone. I got a new phone, and I haven't figured out how, for the life of me, to be able to access that account yet. I've tried the everything, and it's been a big fucking circle for me.
All right. So
Is that what you just sent me? Oh, that's kind of happiness.
hold on. There, I'm sending it to the fucking talking shit account. Is that a good one to send it to?
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, I got stuff on my computer. I would screen share myself. Otherwise, like if I didn't have the stuff on my computer right now.
I got you. All them pics of your shiny bald head.
It's always shiny. That's not a hard picture.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody asked me one time how I keep it so shiny. What?
I don't
Turtle wax?
It just happens. Sorry.
If you could correct a Grow Hero live with data. It's funny. How many of these? Oh, there's only 5 of them on this page.
Yeah, I've got a lot more. I just haven't unloaded them on there yet. Because like I make them and I throw them on my story, but so they're just there. And so I just decided to make like an Instagram page for them. I just don't have the time to post them. But I was just dicking around the other day and I made that one.
It's funny.
Yeah, man. I just steal clips on I go through the reels, or I'm watching like I'm listening to like some podcast or something, and like I don't know, commercial will come on and I'll hear them say something. I'll like, wait, that's funny. And I'll go back and I'll listen to it and I'll screen record it and then I'll clip it, edit it, and then put some words to it. So I don't know. It's dumb.
No, it's not dumb. It's fucking awesome. I think stuff like that's fucking hilarious. And there's a lot of times I see that shit. I'm like, how do you guys fucking think of that shit, man?
Yeah, some of them are pretty funny. Some people like.
Does the idea come first, or do you think of the clip and how that could be funny?
So sometimes it just depends. If there's something going on, say, i.e. a conversation, drama, or a product, or say there's a company claiming that they can push out 10 pounds of light with their lights. So, you go in and you make jabs. And so that with things like that, you go into it looking for a clip purposefully, like with a line in mind. Sometimes that you know what you're looking for. Sometimes you got to scroll and find it. And sometimes you just lock it away for some other day. And when you're scrolling, you just happen to see it, like, oh, this is perfect. So I don't know, man. It's just It's all like a combination. I don't know. There's not a real process. It's not purpose felt. It's just kind of like it's a gut reaction to it.
Yeah, like is it like does it happen like sometimes just when you see something, do you like take notes? You're like, oh, this could be funny for
Okay. I maybe one or two times just to like remember like a line, because I was trying to, the way I try to do it is I try to have a certain structure to the meme. Here, let me pull it up. So you try to have like just like one or two lines going, and you need to be able to fill it in there. So you got to put the whole thought in just two lines, something quick, something easy, so people don't like, oh man, I'm not going to read this, and they just scroll past it. You know, it's got to be short, it's got to be sweet, and it's got to hit.
They're funny. You're good at putting them together, my friend.
Oh, thank. I made another one. I made kind of because like I made like a fan art kind of nerd clip, and I threw it on my my main Instagram, and I said pretty much it was about Star Wars. So and so I did I said Mandalorians are basically a culture of paratroopers, and then I had like a little clip and I put music over top of it.
Music, inspirational shit going on in the background there. Man, I tell you what, I smoked a lot of good weed this weekend.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. I had this huge festival here near me, and it was this massive concert festival with like all these big names at it. I'm not going to say it because it'll just totally give away. But a lot of people were there, a lot of big names, and people were in town that like follow me on like Instagram and stuff. And I saw them that they were there, and I'm like, yo, I live right down the street. And they're like, do you got bud? And I'm like, so it was fun helping out a bunch of people that were in from out of town too, and I appreciate the donations.
Yeah, it's fun to sit down and listen to people talk about the shit they just picked up over the weekend. You know what I mean? As they're looking at it and passing it around. Oh, did you see this?
Yeah.
Seen some fucking a cool ass dab rig. I don't even know how the fuck it really works, man. Fucking it was a suitcase. It was all like a suitcase rig. And I don't know where the fuck you put the extract in, but he dropped the metal circle in the middle of it, and
Yeah, hose. I know what you're talking about. It's like the Indux thing or something like that.
Something like that.
Is that the? I can't remember if that's the name, but there's a design for it, and like you said, there's the briefcase, but it's got that metal disc, and it's got another like inner circle track, and then it's got like a pedestal that you put that metal cylinder that you're talking about into.
Yep.
That thing hit pretty smooth. Some engineer made that, and they had too much fun.
Oh man, that thing hit, man. The guy's like, he was. I think it even might have been the guy that made it, because we were talking about the one guy who was next to me was like, oh, this is his product, and he's a hash maker, yeah. And that fucker hands me the, we want a dab. Yeah. And again, it was one of them things you take a nice good drag off it, and you're like, I even like stopped midway, and I was like, man, you hitting it? And I even went back in, and the next thing I know, that shit all fucking expanded in my chest. Just
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good hit. I even had to I was talking to him like after the fact, and I had that like recurring cough. I was like, hold on, man. You got me with that last hit, man. Just hold on.
That's too good.
Yeah. Somebody was thinking there, most of the time you're carrying around one of them fucking boxes to, for the rig, so it doesn't get broke. Why not just make that the fucking rig? Well, good idea.
So were there any mushrooms out at the hash bash thing? People trading out stuff?
I've seen a few. I've seen a few for sure. I definitely talked to a lot of mycology people that will be coming on the show. Some that had been on the show already, but a few more will be coming on telling us about the process and all that good stuff. A lot of people on mushrooms, myself included. Man, that fucking we get back from the cup there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna indulge. I take some. That fucking empty stomach too, man. Fuck, next thing I know, man, them fuckers hit me, and they hit me pretty good too. I was like, oh shit. Got a nice little buzz going. Fucking people, that was like fucking mountain peak time at the Cup Saturday, I want to say, when they were all hitting and shit. I was like, oh shit.
Nice.
I did too much. No.
That's
Was but there was a lot. The funny thing about it was like most of the people I'm running in here, I'm worried about, tripping balls and shit. Most of the people I'm running into are already tripping balls. They probably couldn't tell no death anyway. So, or yeah.
So have you heard of a mushroom strain, and it's not a psilocybin strain, called turkey tail?
Sounds familiar. But tell me.
So it's like sorry, I'm like doing like all this like research into mushrooms, and you said and we were talking about it there, and I just like brought it back up to me because you were talking about people coming onto the show that were speakers, and I just brought up this whole thing where I saw Paul Stamets like talking about turkey tail mushrooms and how it saved his mom, and pretty much she had like breast cancer, and she had like 3 months to live, and he's in the mushrooms already, and doctor recommended turkey tail mushrooms because there's like evidence that it helps, and apparently that was in like 2009, and she's alive today, and she's got no cancer and stuff. So I've been like going down a rabbit hole with the whole turkey tail thing, like looking it up, seeing its like antioxidant properties that it has. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, it is interesting, and we're just kind of opening the doors of what mycology can really do. The different strains are capable of, just like cannabis. But what we'll find in mycology will be more incredible. Yeah, I mean, what penicillin, right?
Yeah,
penicillin was one of our first inductions with mycology and health, wasn't it? Well, when we can. So we're just kind of like discovering most of the species, and now we're fucking, before we've even discovered what there's estimated 35,000 something like that species of mycology, probably more. And then we've got people already trying to breed out what we got, you know what I mean? Here we go with that.
So check this shit out. You're talking about the whole, we haven't even touched the surface of what they can do, and you're not wrong about that, but check this new surface we just touched. They're using that shit to network computers now. They're using fucking spore networks to send fucking signals and like networking signals, full data that is like, they're like, holy shit, this thing is even like, we can pump even more data through this than we anticipated. So it's like they're trying to figure out the threshold and like how to like keep it alive and make sure that it's like a guaranteed like every time type thing, you know? So because these are just tests. Like you can fucking do anything in a test, but to sustain it and replicate it consistently is a whole nother thing. You're on mute, sir.
That'd be cool. Obviously, they're an intelligent species in anyway. You know what I mean? So,
well, it's because they form their patterns form like brain structure, like neurons and stuff. So it's like neural tissue, literally, and that's what they're using it for, and they're just sending it down the same pathways like we do in our brain with electrons and shit. That's pretty interesting.
I still wonder if the brain wasn't developed like that at some point. It wasn't just a mass of microbes that developed into an organ.
Everything is from microbes. All life, I believe. Because when you really think about it, what was the planet before anything? It was just a giant hunk of rocks all massing together. And they heated up from all the friction and bonded together. And then all that's there is just a bunch of minerals, like heavy metals and stuff like that. And what grows on that? Fucking spores and mushrooms. That was once they started breaking it down, and they started dying off, that was the first basis of the first soil.
I think we're universes. We are universes in ourselves, at least of mythology, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hand rolling lately.
Hand rolling lately?
Yeah. I'm wondering about myself. I didn't fucking bump my head or something. I've been fucking drinking coffee like my whole life. I mean, like just gallons of fucking coffee. And I've like just cold turkey given up coffee. Randomly stopped using fucking the roller. It's like, let's just start rolling joints again. Out of the blue, just weird 180-degree turns and shit. Life's crazy.
Yeah, life is crazy, man. I brought it up several times already. Is like I just out of the blue had a dairy allergy, and I just dropped all beef, all anything dairy and stuff. And it's just there's just, as you're getting older, like things change, and there's also things that you just gotta kind of do for yourself so that you can stay here for the long haul. And not for nothing, caffeine's not greatest for you.
Yeah, kombucha was a good change.
Yeah,
Dressing change. Chat right there.
have you seen those what's it called, those mushroom kind of blends that they do instead of those coffee substitutes, those mushroom like?
Oh yeah. I'm definitely, I haven't tried it yet, but I'm interested in trying it. You know, it sounds like a really good replacement, something I'd enjoy there. I was just spacing off, kind of thinking about like the weekend, this last weekend, and you guys asking me like what could we do in a future event. And I remember I seen on the ticket for the cup, it had mentioned a pool. And I actually took shorts. I'm like, fuck yeah, there's fucking weed pool. I'm getting in there. And there was a pool, small pool, which a couple people were hanging in, not too many, but I was thinking, shit, it would have been nice to see that pool packed. But anyways, as we're sitting here talking, cheers, Naughty Nikki. I'll give you a big old hug. Anyways, like what would how bad do you think like a gravity bong would fuck up the pool? If you're like using the pool for like the gravity rock, like literally you could have like a couple guys like holding like a big fucking almost like trash can people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we did what, like, okay, so you know those water containers that you turn upside down, they got the bottleneck and stuff. We cut out the bottom of that and we did a giant gravity bong, and we did it a couple times, and it didn't really like change the pool colors, but the one time it fucking did was because like my dumb ass was like, I'll be an astronaut. Come on, let's go. And I got up underneath it, and I felt the vacuum, and I was just like, I stayed there, and I was like, oh man.
It's all like pulling your ears and shit up.
Yeah, I was like, I was real fucked up. And like I like went out from underneath, and like all the like waters, like I pulled all the air bubble came with me, essentially, the smoke bubble, and all the water splashed up into it, and it like poof, and you saw sparks go up on the thing. And so it was just funny because it was just like it was done, but it was just funny because it like went everywhere. So that stuff got in the pool. And then when I went down, all the smoke got captured in the water, and then we saw a little discoloration. So that's the only time I've seen discoloration in a pool from smoke. It's funny you said that.
It might though if we were using it all day for a gravity bong source.
Oh, all day, yeah, all day, yeah. It turned into bong water.
Oh, I'm like talking to like seriously like a trash can with a bunch of like fucking hoses on it, a bunch of people standing poolside or even in the pool, just you know what I mean? Yeah. Massive, just gravity bong hits in the pool. We'd probably trash that pool though.
So there's this one bong that these guys made at this fraternity, and they had an actual bong at the bottom. But they went and got all this clear tubing, and they strapped it up on the handrail from the bottom of the thing all the way to the top. And you're up there, and they had a little hose that you could attach onto like a vacuum cleaner. And they had like that Y fucking like PVC thing. They're like, here, if you need to, just put your mouth on this and use it to bring it on up to you. And then when it's ready, cap it off and go like this. So they had like all these little attachments for it. It was pretty cool. But that shit was a bitch to clear, but you fucking like seeing stars like this, like afterwards and stuff. Like, I don't get that dizzy too often. That thing got me. But yeah. It was like a whole story at an angle.
I can't take those big hits anymore like that, man. I'd like to think I can, but I can't.
That was at one of those party universities while I was in the Army, East Carolina University. They Dre, you could just like walk from house to house, and there would be a party, and every single house on either side of the street at that place, probably on most weekends. Halloween's insane. Halloween is insane over there. I used to take my new soldiers there and be like, all right, troops, go have fun. If you get in trouble, give me a call.
That's where the Ash Bash usually is.
Yeah.
Man, but like usually in years past when I go, man, I usually drive around town and end up parking at some fucking sorority house that's fucking charging $15. Use that all their parking money for a party that night or some shit. There's usually a lot of them in Ann Arbor. Fucking that night.
Oh yeah, Ann Arbor's a college town. Any college towns are pretty much like that.
Okay. So are you growing anything currently or not? Wink, wink. Guess I'm not supposed to ask that.
But yeah, I made some meatloaf. I'm gonna go grab some real quick. I'll be right back.
Right at. Cheers, everybody in chat. Heady in the clouds at the end of May. Your birthday. Ooh. Birthday's coming up. Cheers. Man, I can't wait to hit some more of these events. Some of the camping events I'm looking forward to. Dudley Dawson. A lot of cool people in chat tonight. Sorry, guys. thumbing through some shit. Stone meat roll. That's fun. Reading chat a little bit. Man, them food trucks could damn near fucking demand their own price this weekend. Expensive but good. I had a shrimp poor boy. Fucking, I went out like, I don't know if it was like late Saturday, but that's all I could find. And it was like, fucking, fuck it. It was good.
I used to love shrimp po' boys. They have a couple of really good places that have them in Charleston and Savannah, and especially down in New Orleans. Atlanta's got some good ones too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. At that point, I would have ate a shit sandwich damn near. We went out to get something to eat, and like all the vendors were closed down except like two, and like the one that had a small line, and the other one was like a mile long. Like, fuck it.
So where do you want to have the Weed Nerd event?
I don't know. You know, that's a very good question. I hate to be, partial to Michigan.
Do it. I'll fly up.
I think Michigan would be an easier place to do it, or at least, because we already know of a few Canna friendly places here. You know what I mean? I think it'd just be easier to find a site.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I know there is another campground like you're talking. There's one, I mean, if we want to go northern Michigan, there's one up by me, that Luzerne where Bigfoot took place.
I actually have a pretty decent idea. Nelson Ledges in Ohio.
Wow, what's there?
It's a whole concert venue. You can go on a weekend with a concert there. There's a whole campgrounds there. It's a quarry. You can swim. You can go scuba diving. There's all sorts of stuff there. I have a bunch of booths set up for food trucks and shit. So people don't need to bring food. And there'll be kind of like a little hippie festival where you can buy like tie-dye shirts and art and I don't know, hemp beads and shit, whatever the fuck.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Net Denver says we could do a different state each year.
I like that idea.
That's a good idea, and that's fair right there.
Yeah. Because like I said, Virginia's got the way they do it, and that'll probably change eventually. But that thing in Ohio, that's permanent. That's always there. They have Bad Fish comes through there. They've got a bunch of other bands and stuff too. They got a shit ton, like the Elevators go there. A bunch of like reggae bands and stuff.
Ohio is a zero tolerance state.
Yeah, right. I've offloaded so much shit at that place. Please get the fuck out of here.
Oh man, I can't agree. I have yet to get in trouble in Ohio, but that has just been pure fucking luck. Even though like the last time I went down, I was literally every time I turned around, I fucking was like, there's a cop staring at me, fucking just waiting for me to fuck up. And it was like right after I had just burned down, or I was driving and burning, or I was lucky the last time I was there.
So at this place, they have their own security. And when you roll up and you get in there, after you get through the main gate security, find another security guard and be like, hey, man, Who's got the weed? And he will fucking tell you.
Nice.
He knows all the people because he probably lives there part-time out of the year and stuff, and it's a whole community. It's a huge hippie community within the like park back there, and they just like live there all year long.
Sounds pretty like our kind of people.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like you can offload some shit at that place.
I can't believe that my tolerance is still like pretty good right now after this weekend. Usually after those events, it takes a good week or so for my tolerance to come back down a little bit after smoking so much cannabis.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't smoke flower, so my whole thing is like I need to go to like dab events.
There was plenty of that there.
Hell yeah.
See, like I almost think the market's leaning heavier towards the dabs and the dab material than actual flower these days.
For me, it's easier on my lungs.
Yeah, it's just the opposite for me. Flower is easier on my lungs. I started doing them dabs, man. I feel that shit heavy.
So when I smoke flower, I personally like cough up. I have lung conditions though, but I cough up like shit. And it's not cool. And when I don't smoke flower, I don't. So I don't smoke flower.
Not holding grudges. To each their own.
Yeah, no, that's just my personal choice is all. I'm weird. I live my life differently. So
what's wrong with that?
yeah, I know what I need in my life and I know what I want and I do it. So fuck it.
I think that there's definitely a nice taste factor with the dabs. So that's the downside. It's that beautiful taste.
I love the way it tastes sometimes. Sometimes it's like out of the park. Sometimes it's like, nah, this is pretty good. You know, anytime someone's new to it and they taste it for the first time, they're like, that's the fancy shit, isn't it? And you're like, yeah. But it's like, it's hilarious to see the realization on their face. They're like, now I know why it's so expensive and why people always talk about it.
All right. I'm going to go grab something to drink. Mister, I'm going to grab some meatloaf. And then I got a question for you. Remind me about the question when I get back.
Hey, you gotta have to me a question when you get back. So, flour and hash here. Dabs are not good for you, in my opinion. It's supreme grape. It just depends on what type of dabs you get. If you get solventless hash rosin, I believe that's my personal opinion. This is what I'm about to say is that those are clean. BHO hydrocarbons, until you get some sort of analysis, you can't prove that that's clean. Now there are processes in which you can go about to make sure that it's as clean as possible, like having your own storage vessel for all your butane or whatever hydrocarbon you're using that does not have any sort of mechanical grease lined on the inside. That's a must. If you're just blasting straight from a can or straight from a vessel from a distributor, you have mechanical grease in your final product. I guarantee it. But once you purge that out, you clean it out, and you get it into your own vessel, you can go ahead and put it into a blast it through your column or however you do it, and then put it in your A-Cross International vacuum purge oven or whatever vacuum purge that you do. And if you're not doing anything above 70 hours at least, like purge, that's like the bare minimum for cleanliness. Hey, I'm talking about hydrocarbons and stuff.
Good conversation.
Yeah. I don't know. That's probably going to just as red in my face as the curtain back here, but whatever.
So do you think that the extract market will be hindered by legal cannabis in general? Right now, is I see like a lot of the good hash making, the rosin, shit like that. I see that to be more of an artisan product, basically. You know what I mean? So as recreational cannabis comes across the board and it gets harder and harder for people like the caregiver market to get, you know what I mean? Because that right now is the artisan market, in my opinion. Yeah, there's some people doing it on larger scales, but you know, it's the little guys that are growing their, you know, their independent strains, working on their own shit. They're doing their own tech, you know what I mean? That are putting together some really quality shit. So when the caregivers are drawn out, you know what I mean, eliminated, and the homegrowns put a squash down, and big money's got their hands around everything cannabis, do you think we'll still have, or you know what I mean, that artisan, you know, extract market? It'll all be black market, maybe.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a very strong black market, but then there'll also be your small batch licenses for your craft, like micro grows and stuff like that, where people will do the artisan type of thing, where they have their own tech, their own craft. They probably broke away from a bigger company, or they're coming up from say the home growers, the grow heroes and stuff like that, and they just want to go ahead and do their own thing. And they're able to get some loan, they're able to get the equipment, they live in the right state, and they can get the license for a small craft thing. I think that between people breaking away from bigger companies and the underdogs coming up from like our ranks and stuff like that, between those two, they'll be able to fill that gap of what you're talking about. They'll still be there. They'll still have that craft. Because there'll be some people that make it over the wall, and then other people that get frustrated, trapped in their megacorps, and frustrated that they can't do things the right way, and so they leave and they go do their own thing to try to do it the right way.
I hope at some point we can just come to where we have a cannabis farmers market. Seriously. And that's one other thing is I was sitting there looking around this weekend, you know, and kind of thinking about, you know, possible events and stuff like that, bouncing them ideas around my head. I honestly I can't understand what the threat is or why we couldn't put together something like that, but on a smaller scale. You know what I mean? Local live band, local fucking producers, you know what I mean? All your local, same thing, all extracts, everything, they check all the boxes above once a week, or you know what I mean, or maybe even Saturdays and Sundays. Same type of just chill environment, just on smaller weekly scale. You know, I think that shit would be fucking awesome. I don't see the threat in it.
Yeah, I would love for that to be the case, where we could do farmers market. But even in today's farmers markets, you have to ask the farmer, like, hey, what kind of pesticides do you use? What kind of this, you know, got to know your grower. So that's the thing. And you got to establish that relationship. So, but why do you have to try to trust somebody? Why can't you just automatically be like, okay, yeah, this person's doing the right thing because they're here? You know, to be able to qualify yourself to get into the farmers market, there's got to be some sort of like bare minimum standard of like qualifying, licensing, quality control. So, you know, like I agree with regulation to that degree, to being able to make sure that we filter out the bad actors. And that way the black market gets known to be flooded with the bad actors. And it's like, oh, the trash weeds in the black market. You got to go to the fucking farmers market or the fucking legal market for the good stuff. And that's the transition that everybody's trying to get to happen. And it's just not fucking happening.
You know, and at that, I think, you know, for one, I suggest that, I would really like to see that, people just getting out there boot to boot, talking to the individual farmer. That's let them make their choices like that. But as far as like, quality control and all that, these days in cannabis is so nice right now. How could you even bring a shitty flower or something, to the market?
My thing is that, because there's like people that are allergic to things, there's just people are consuming this. So it's got to be clean. It's got to be purposeful and everything like that. You got like anybody that goes to works in a kitchen, they've got to pass a safe certified. So their kitchen does. And everybody has to work to a certain level of cleanliness. And we expect that. We should expect the same of ourselves.
Well, I agree with that too, but that's like no more than buying off a food truck. You know what I mean?
But again, this is where you get to know your people and stuff, because food trucks will have their own Instagram and they'll be like, hey, we have our truck, but this is where we fucking have our main kitchen where we deploy our stuff out. And in the yard is where we source our vegetables and stuff like that. We got our own chicken, so we have our own eggs and shit. Like, people like to know that type of stuff and know that that's what's happening.
Well, I'm with you. I'm with you. I just think it should be a thing.
No, I hear
there's nothing wrong with a standard there, because again, you're trying to build something, and if you put out or if there is shit available, it's going to come back on the establishment anyway. Yeah. So
I'm trying to build trust in our market and our products and the people that trust us, essentially all of us, everybody that's a grower. That's the thing that we need to work on, because we've all been living in the black market and been like, oh, it's good enough.
I just feel like and again, maybe I'm too trusting, but when you come forth like that, you know what I mean, and you have to face people face to face, you're only bringing out quality people, because it takes a piece of shit to look at somebody dead in their eye and lie to them. You know what I mean? And
absolutely. And trust me, there's a lot of them out there, bro. I've ran into a bunch of them. And that's why I am such an advocate for this type of like regulation stuff, because there are a lot of people I know people that have their entire following based off of pictures they took off of somebody else's garden, because they're the water boy there, and the person that runs the garden lets them do it just because they don't want to be seen. And it's somebody that's huge. And it's just like, bro, come on. He doesn't really know. He just knows how to regurgitate. That's all. He can say what he can say, but he can't back it up. That's pretty much what it is. So it's really interesting to see a lot of that in the industry, and to know that that's going on. And that's why I wholeheartedly believe in trying to come up with some sort of regulatory system to filter out the bad actors. Because there are people like that will just go and be like, oh yeah, this is my garden. It's like, no, it's not, dude. Stop riding other people's coattails, pretty much, And there's a lot of that. And it's just like, you work for him, give him his due and his credit, and he'll fucking do the same to you. I don't know, man. There's just a lot of that. There's a lot of people that swindle people out of money. There's a lot of people that fucking will lie to your face, get you to fucking like move whole businesses across state lines and stuff, and then rob you.
But I'd like to throw that out there as far as why we're kind of like looking at the little guy. Big corporations make just as nasty decisions. You know what I mean? Because they don't want.
Wrong. Not wrong. And I'm not saying big corporations need to be in this regulatory system. It needs to be made so that it's fair, and it needs to be made so that like big corporations can only hold so many of these micro licenses, so they can run a chain. They can only occupy like so much of the percentage of the space within each state that they operate in.
Yeah, I think we're almost worried. Look at the shit they do to our foods and shit. What'd you have in the bags there, Ryan? I see you had some Tanasi stuff there. Cheers to Tanasi. Good dude right there.
Oh, just some good eating shrooms. What am I trying to say?
Psychoactive there.
Stuff.
Yeah. Nice.
I've got some other stuff in the fruiting chamber too that I don't want to disturb at the moment.
Looking good. Definitely see more of that. What are your thoughts on like growers cultivating mushrooms like that? You think it's a cleanly plant? I like the bags. I say, you know, they look like they're a pretty good deal as far as cleanliness and shit like that. But do you think as kind of Canada Troopers pointing out, you know, the quality and the cleanliness and stuff of growers? Does you think that's a good thing for, because not all growers are the cleanliness growers, you know what I'm saying? Can that still be a bad thing?
Depending on how you do it. I mean, like if you get everything already, like, you know, pre-inoculated bags, or, you know, or pre-sporulated, or whatever they call it, and, you know, if you get manure or your substrate that's already pre-pasteurized, then it's just a little bit. You just kind of got to wash your hands down with rubbing alcohol and stuff. Shout out to DP and Tanasi. They've got that Psychonauts channel that they post on Thursday nights, I believe. And they've been doing how to cultivate at home kind of grow along show. I think Thursday will be the 9th episode.
Nice.
But I'm just learning along with them. I mean, I'm kind of a couple steps ahead of them on the show, but it's kind of fun. Tanasi hooked me up like a motherfucker.
So is it a dangerous thing that we're stepping into, you know, putting out all the spores, you know, just like we can contaminate them, they can contaminate us. Are those spores floating around necessarily? Can they add up and be dangerous to the gardener there or the cultivator?
You're talking about cordyceps.
Yeah, they can be just like anything else that's, you know, if you cook with flour all the time and you don't wear a mask, you could get fucked up from it, you know. But luckily the cordyceps haven't learned to inoculate or learn to live off of humans, or however that goes. Fucking saber trophic. That's just
a temperature thing, right?
I'm not sure. I just remember watching a documentary about it, how they said that would be the end of the world if they finally mutate to be able to.
Well, that's the same thing with us, man. That's, you know, the only thing that kind of keeps them from being good and bad and taking over our system is our temperature. You know, they can't survive over a certain temperature. Our body temperature kind of keeps us safe from a lot of the microorganisms. So if they do overcome that temperature threshold, yeah, we're fucked.
There's actually already a fungus that has made its way into this person or a couple people. And I was reading about it and I got to look up, but it's not cordyceps, but it was something else. It was some other fungal infection. I don't know if it killed them, but it's definitely occupying their body.
So what if, like we were talking about earlier, you know, we're already haven't even discovered what's there. I mean, there's still a lot that microorganisms deeply buried in the crustal layers that we are unlocking and that are deadly. once they become airborne and shit like that. Much less, as we were talking about earlier, now we're breeding them. Do you think we could breed in? You know what I mean? Some of this bad shit that, you know, it was fine on its own until we crossed A plus B and now we're fucked.
Down again. Sorry about
that. You think that's a possibility?
My phone shut
down again. Absolutely. If humans are involved, I do not put it past us.
We unleash our own fucking demise and shit.
Absolutely. It's funny that everybody's always like, oh my God, what's the biggest threat to us? Ourselves. Our fucking selves.
True that. It's a very true statement.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a necessary journey. I just think, yeah, it's like cannabis. We need to kind of just appreciate what we have for a minute. Try to inventory everything before we just push crazy forward with new.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't push forward with like new radical thinking and stuff like that, because the whole point of a human's existence is to, in your time here, your short time, is to do as much as you can do to further the human race, so that the people next to you have a base to build on, so that they can do what you did and advance your work and continue on, going forth. And if the point is to push forward the species, i.e. evolve, if you will, and evolve our way of thinking and doing things, change has to happen. But the thing about that is like, you know, there's a whole concept behind that, is people are afraid of change and all that type of stuff. But it all comes back to this. For me, I feel this is the only constant in the entire universe. Is order and chaos are the only two constants in the entire universe. And you can throw so many different things into both those camps, but they're just like two, just like in a nutshell type of like ways to like explain the universe, and in a non-religious way, and a kind of more matter of fact, kind of philosophical, more or less scientific way. And you cannot have order without chaos, and you cannot have chaos without order. And they both feed off of each other. And if you look at that, that is true on a mass scale, and then the smallest scale, within ourselves, around ourselves, within our family, within our workplace, everything, every little facet, the way our government works, just the way humans work, the way everything works. It's all order and chaos. It's a delicate balance between the two. It's my belief.
I wouldn't say it's far on. It's far on.
Done a lot of shrooms, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
And it was funny, like people, I can't remember what it was. It was this post, and they were like, where were you when you first like read like this quote from Marcus Aurelius? And I was just like, I remember having the book Meditations with me while I was like overseas, sitting on top of a gun truck, and I read, you know, trying to sort shit out in my head, and like that's the only like kind of solitude you had. Otherwise, you just have all these books of like a bunch of fucking witchcraft and wizardry in it.
Those are good too.
Yeah, I'm not saying that those aren't bad, because like everything is philosophy to me. You know, I just don't. I don't look at it as a religion. I look at it as a philosophy. So it's not to knock it. I was raised Roman Catholic, so I've got my own kind of things. I believe in science. I believe in, like what I said, order and chaos. You know. So that's me personally. But again, I think like all religious works are, or religious texts are great philosophical works.
So how do you feel about the quantum world? How does quantum shit fall into your science?
Like with the whole order and chaos?
Well, just and in general.
The
quantum world is basically it. I mean,
are you talking
telling
about
yourself there's a way shit happens without you being able to understand it 100%. You know what I mean? You have to be able to have a little bit of blind faith to understand quantum shit, right? Or to let. So, yeah. But in science, there's no room for variables, and you know what I mean? Everything has to add up. The X and Y, you know what I mean? There's no room for variabilities in science necessarily. So
not if you pair your scientific beliefs with a strong philosophy and realism of like the nature of the universe. So there's a balance between that, like anything, like I said, that whole order and chaos, trusting that one won't tip the other one over is a leap of faith, you know? So I trust that type of, that system will work and it will keep continuing for the better or worse. And that it's all part of the process to further the universe to its final form. I've just seen so many things in the disciplines I've chose to like call my professions. And it's just, there are people that die just to further things that I've done and that I do. And you have to learn from those. You have to understand the sacrifice that was given for that. And you can't have to respect it in a way that honors that, you know, but it's just, how do you do that and continue to like move on, like with realism attached to it, not like, oh, this and that, you know, they're kind of floating around in the clouds and stuff like that. And, you know, it's like, cool, if that's what you believe, that's you. That's not me. But I believe in the energy that they left behind by their deeds and everything like that. And that's what we need to focus on and further their work and everything like that. So I don't know. I think I'm rambling now. So
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with rambling. Oh, so would you have anything special lined up for this week? Anything fun?
I not necessarily like, okay, I think it's fun. I'm doing a lobby day tomorrow at the State House for the state I live in, for advancing psychedelic research. So I'm gonna be sitting down with like senators and stuff like that and representatives, talking to them. I got a few appointments scheduled, so we'll see.
Oh yeah.
Then other than that, I just gotta go work on this landfill project that I'm on. It's like really big project, so there's a lot of stuff going on with it right now, so I just gotta go work on
that. Sounds like a good week. 100%.
Yeah, just a little bit busier than normal, just because like I gotta go do taxes and stuff like that too this week sometime. So
nice.
Yeah, my last job before this job took a long time to get me my W-2. So they said they sent it. Okay. It's new owners and they don't know what to do. They don't remember the people that they fired when they first took over the place. Oh, I'm sorry, laid off. Fucking big tobacco.
sit down myself and do a lot of scheduling, get some scheduling done for some new episodes.
Hell yeah, man. Is there any specific one that you're really excited about without saying it?
Yeah, there's a couple of them that I'm looking forward to of people I met this well, the couple of them I had met, but at the time I wasn't doing the show. And so it was nice to see they were excited. We're excited about coming on. Some new people I had met that influential in the state of Michigan anyway, in cannabis histories, that are willing to come on and tell their stories and some good shit. So, and Mr. Johnson Claire, the reason for the hash bags, had the privilege to sit down and talk with him a little bit, and he'll be coming on and telling us his cannabis endeavors here. So fun week of lining up, following up on some cool shit, some great people that I had the pleasure of meeting. And
hell yeah, man.
It's gonna be a good week. Hopefully, introducing the weed nerds or vice versa. Nice introduction both ways to some great people here soon. That's what I love about these events. You can do, some good networking online and IG and shit like that. But same thing with buying something, man. I'd rather, it's the farmer's market that we're talking about, man. I'd rather go firsthand, shake the hand, talk to the person, get a feel, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Remember the Genesee County Compassion Club?
Yeah.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But these events and, getting around for me, like sourcing guests, that's what I like to, it's the same thing. I like to be able to, see, that way I get a genuine feel about the level of, the passion in cannabis. You know what I mean? IG can be a flip of a coin sometimes, when you're sourcing different people and shit. But getting out there and doing that, going to the events, meeting the people and shaking the hands, that's a great way right there for resourcing great people, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's definitely better to meet people in person. I definitely because at those events, it's just it's easier to network at those events because the proximity, everybody's there. It's a central hub for the thing. They're there. You can go bump around, and everybody's there to network too. That knows what they're doing. So, and like you said, those things are always awesome. I always used to go to both the cups and the cons, and they were equally, and all the biz cons, the canna cons, all that type of stuff. I love going to those because I don't care if there's a bunch of chads, there's a bunch of tech. And I love the fucking tech shit.
I usually like to get out at these events like this weekend, but as we were talking about earlier, that the hallways and shit are so fucking tight. Like this weekend, I didn't do a lot of bendering networking, if you will. When situations like this, it's just too hard to stand in an already tight walkway, and then everything's so packed in there. A lot of times I kind of feel guilty, like I'm hogging valuable real estate on that booth and that aisle. You know what I mean? When people are pushing through like that. So I feel guilty of stopping and talking, shaking hands and trying to, get people on and shit. So outdoor events are so much different. You know what I mean? That free flow, and you don't feel as rushed and they don't feel as rushed.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to have like an outdoors farmers market and stuff like that. Someday, just not someday soon.
So I've seen lately that some of these events, the event holders are playing both hands here in Michigan. And I was wondering how that was going to work. And from what I understood, talking with Mr. Detroit River Rat earlier this weekend, he said they were gonna, instead because I thought I had seen him advertised in like the same event. I was like, how's that gonna work? You're gonna have metric and caregivers at the same place? And then when I talked to him, it sounded more like they were gonna just have different events catering to both. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that either. Let's what do you think, man? What do you think about trying to mix the two, or somebody playing both hands there? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, I don't know. People are going to try to get away with what they want to get away with, like I've tried to put together little events. I wanted to do this one event like because there's just a bunch of people that, they want to move bud and shit. And I know like a bunch of places where people want to get bud. If you call up enough people and get people to come in there, make it happen. And I wanted to call it like Trap Fest 5000. So just have a bunch of trappers come in there, man, and just have music and food and stuff. That's all you need is music and food and bud. And you say you got that stuff there, people will come. Dude, people just show up.
It's true though.
Yeah. I mean, the only way you can put a cherry on top of that is you said you had women too. So
I'm sticking by my guns though, that like the recreational market is 100% shadowing the medical side of thing, or the medicine side of cannabis, because I see that shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You can have people sitting there preaching the power of the medicine, or how cannabis can heal. Fucking Hash Bash was a perfect example. You know what I mean? Always is. There's always a few people listening to that speech and shit like that, but more people wandering around trying to look at the booths and fucking yeah. What can I get? Where's the flower? The message is just background noise. It's sad. It's super sad that recreational. You know what I mean? It's medical is falling on deaf ears. You know what I mean? It's
here's what it is people like, we got weed, cool. I'm straight. I can go buy it, better. I'm not gonna get busted, best. Let's do this. And the thing that they see with like a receipt versus going to like a caregiver is that fucking receipt. They can just be like, here, I got this to the cop and stuff like that, because cops still fucking hassle people. And it's just like, why? It shouldn't be a thing. But that's what it is. And because of the stigma, because of the leftover, because of the empty coffers that it's leaving for fucking municipalities for getting like all the stuff they used to get for it, they're going to try to still roll people up and intimidate people using it and use scare tactics and shit like that too. So I don't know, man. It's still kind of like messed up, like where everything's at. And You just got to give it time. It's just what it is. We just got to give it time. It sucks. A lot of people are going to get hurt in the process, but whatever.
What's your perfect event look like?
My perfect event would be a Breeders' Cup, where you have the breeders come out and they have the best thing that they can fucking grow, and in both a flower form and a rosin and like other form. So they got to bring 3 categories of the same product and throw it up against other things. That way you can see if it's like a washer, you can see if it like translates in another way, like the terps carry over, like all that shit, you know? Have a fucking, here, this is a category. Have the flower, have the rosin, and then have the flower rosin, and you do a fresh press of the fucking flower right there live. See what type. Yeah.
So tell me about the judges.
I don't know, man. That's kind of like something more I gotta like think about a little bit more. But I've always wanted to do a real Breeders' Cup, just so that like we could just be like, oh, this breeder's got it this year, this breeder's got it that year, you know. And I don't know, man. It's like the Stanley Cup.
I'd still like to do. I've talked about it like a Terp Cup. Flat out, like this year, it's like fucking the Lemon Cup. You know what I mean? So that's all you're taking in and judging, trying to find the best of the best. You know?
Yeah, you could do like little like, okay. I think like the Breeders' Cup could be like the Super Bowl, and those things could be like the quarterfinals, like every 3 months, like have one of those things. And then once a year have like a Breeders' Cup. Like, you know, every 3 months, like you have like a certain terp profile that people try to hit. You know, that's like the goal. Or I don't know, because that's like, it could be hard to achieve.
I think that'd be a good way to just like really find some awesome shit in each category, man. Just like year in advance. This year we're going for lemons. So everybody fucking be trying to plant, and anybody want part of it, you know what I mean? Bring that lemon. We'll find the best of the lemon. Just work our way down the line and shit till, you know, we've got a pretty good index of this is, you want lemon, this drips lemon. You want pine. Yeah. You know, I think that would be a cool way to just, you know, bring some of the cool shit right to the forefront. You know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I really kind of like wanted to, like I said, like do some sort of cup or something like that.
See, I've been pretty adamant over the years about not doing a cup. You know what I mean? I'm more about the fun than the cup, but everybody kind of wants to intermix the two there, and I'm still like, I just like, I don't know.
Okay, so for like the Weed Nerd thing, yeah, have that be a mixing social event, you know, a social mixer. And but like I said, me personally, because I come at things from like a breeder kind of standpoint, genetics and stuff like that, because that's just my background. And I really I see all these breeders just talking shit all the time pretty much. And it just reminds me of like being in the Compassion Club, hearing the guy across the way being like, I got the best shit. And, you know, you go over there and you're like, oh yeah, you know, you know what I'm talking about. But the thing is like, you just see that in the breeding game now because there's so many breeders. And I just want something to shut them all up. Is that too much to ask for?
No, there's just like any other sport and shit. Why not give them a belt and shit? You know?
Yeah. Do a belt. That'd be fucking cool. Cause oh my god, that'd be so stupid. I'd love it.
Serious. Why not?
Yeah. Oh my god.
In order to get that belt, you've got to fucking beat that strain the next round. You know what I mean? It's just already entered.
Yeah, the defending champ. Oh, they've got the heavyweight titles too. have different belts.
Yeah, belt could travel with fucking just put their little name on it and shit. Past champ and shit.
Yeah. You can put like little engravings on it and just have like little tags as it gets older and stuff like that of like who had it for how long and stuff.
It could be like the breeder's name and like a little roach next to it.
That'd be funny. Oh my god.
Hell yeah. Cheers again, Ryan.
Cheers. They hop just in time for you to be logging off or what?
No, we're cool. Good.
My battery kept dying on me. I had to go and use the supercharger quick.
Trying to do my hellos in chat here.
Yeah, cheers, Catherine. I was just reading that.
That's the same one I was getting ready. I just typed in Marshall. Mother Nature. Pimp that shit. Cheers to you. Yeah, the seed for some type of event, I think, was definitely planted in the mushroom days.
See, no, that's why it needs to be a camp out. So there can be it can because you don't just do like weed, you do mushrooms like on the thing. So you need to be able to like have a trip for the trip.
Grease some weed smoking all day and mushroom all night. Do it again. Next day.
I'm just gonna go off and do my own thing when I do the trip and stuff. And I don't know, I'll probably have like a little folding chair and I'll be near a fire and I'll just probably be like closing my eyes, doing my thing. And I kick my, like when I'm sitting in a chair near a fire and I do that, I just like kick my legs out because like, you know, you kind of like feel like the nervous twitches and kicks and stuff because I do really high doses. So I just kind of crawl into my own little shell and just like go for the trip. And my feet just keep going and keep going, keep going. By the time I come out of it, I look down. I've like dug into the earth with my feet. It's like a 3-foot fucking hole sometimes.
I wonder if anybody's ever had like a psychedelic steak. You know what I mean? Where they fucking like a good, you know, for one, you could probably like do some type of infused butter, like for a steak. You know what I mean? Grill that steak with a little bit of butter. But no, hear me out. Just cook your steak however you'd like it. Or you could go with the sauteed psychedelic mushroom and onions over top of the steak. And then what do you think?
You can do it. It's just going to give you a high. It's not going to give you a trip because like you
heated them.
Yeah, you heated them. You cooked off some of the psychedelics because of the temperature you heated them to for that to happen, and also the caramelization of everything too. One thing that you could do instead of like cooking it into food is there's this one process. Let me hold on.
See, I've never done it.
Something called the ooze. Have you heard of the ooze?
I haven't.
All right.
So are you dispelling like all that? I've never done it, but you've heard of people, talking about putting mushrooms on, psychedelic mushrooms on pizzas and shit like that. So yeah, it probably didn't do shit for them. I'm
not saying that it didn't do shit for them, I'm saying that it gave them more of a body high than an actual trip.
Or energy buzz, probably.
Yeah. All right. So there are ways that you can, there's this ultrasonic homogenizer that you can use, and you can make cold mushroom extraction from it. And when you go ahead and you dehydrate that stuff out, kind of looks like fucking jam from fucking that you make like out of like rosin and shit, like the jelly shit. So it's pretty interesting.
Ooh, how would that taste? I just got like a mushroom shake down my spine when I thought about a mouthful of that gel.
I would put it in the capsules because it's fucking concentrated mushrooms at this point. So careful what you wish for when you take one of those.
So why do you think why is there a different, it seems like there's a different tolerance level, even with psilocybin. Do you think that to be true?
That's honestly, for me, in my own opinion, I think it's a testament to an individual's grasp on their own personal mental state. Whether they can organize it and quantify it on their own, in their own mental reasoning, in their own capacity of mental reasoning.
So you'd say the higher the dose and you could control, be the higher control and overall, you know what I mean?
In
so
your own life,
Right,
it's not to say to compare you're better than someone else or anything like that. It is
right.
Can you control your own mental capacity, or do you lack that discipline? That is the only, and it's some people can, some people can't, fuck around, find out, and you have to find, everybody's got to find that dose, their threshold. Some people are just like, oh no, I can't do more than half an ounce, I'm just like, okay. So the
you guys familiar with,
go ahead.
Are you guys familiar with MAPS? It's like something psychedelic something, but they do testing for like clinical testing for all sorts of what do you call it?
I know what you're talking about, but I actually know the guy who owns and runs it. I'm gonna be with him tomorrow at the State House, so kind of interesting that you said that.
I can't think of his name. Yeah, but I just learned today that I was watching an interview with him where I think it was an old Lex Friedman interview or something, but where he was saying that Terrence McKenna was the reason why he started MAPS, was because Terrence was sitting there trying to be all hippy dippy and saying that anything from the earth is fine with me, and he was like degrading lab made chemicals that would make you trip or whatever. And the guy that created that said that he was just totally screwing up that's actually right about, or he was putting a bad name out there for this stuff. So because of Terrence is the reason why he started MAPS, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was at this this bar with him over the weekend, and it's really interesting, like how things are kind of just falling in place. Because this chick I know she's been telling me, it's like, oh, I've been talking to this guy. He's from DC. He's down here to do like work with psychedelic stuff. I think you'd really like him. You get along with him. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Whatever. Because I've talked to politicians before. It's nothing fun or cool. So, and I just kind of like brushed it off. And then my friend Stephanie had her birthday this last weekend. And this chick was showing up, and she brought the guy with her. And he mentioned that he was doing something with psychedelics. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to this lobby day thing on Tuesday. And then he said like, oh yeah, I'm doing that. And then he like gave me his card and stuff. I was like, oh shit. So then I got to know him a little bit better. And that's how I networked.
Rick Doblin, does that sound right?
Huh?
Does Rick Doblin sound right?
I didn't hear the name.
Rick Goblin.
Let me see. I got his stuff here. I don't know. Guy either works with maps or he's like the owner of it. I can't remember.
Because this guy created it back in like '82 or something like that.
Oh no! This guy just works with him. Then that's not the guy.
Could be wrong with that though. For some reason, that number.
No, this guy was a Marine, and he was had like really bad PTSD, and then he got like put into a trial. I want to say it was like an MDMA trial or something like that, and like he's like had like a complete like turnaround because of it. So yeah,
well, I bet he went to. I bet he went to Maps to get that trial. Here it is. Rick Goblin is a psychedelics researcher and founder and executive director of the Disciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, otherwise known as MAP.
Yeah. No, the guy I was talking about, I think he just works there then. The way he was saying it, he was like a big shot there. So again, these are just people I meet. I'm going to see like what he really is tomorrow when I go there.
And that was episode number 202 of the Lex Friedman podcast.
Yeah, okay.
From 2021. That was a pretty interesting conversation.
What's that there, Brian? Is that
dollar store handkerchief?
Making more hash? Is that what you're getting?
Oh yeah. I figured I was in my storage unit the other day, and I figured before it's totally thawed out here, I would grab a little bit bud here to hash up a little bit. Here's a little bit here. And a piece of paper. But yeah, I should mute myself or else it's going to be ASMR for everyone here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Ken. You're doing some legwork in your area tomorrow for well, if anything, it's an awesome opportunity to network, as we were talking about earlier with some good folks, man. Networking is key, man. One of the biggest things in life, and I stumbled, that I happened to be kind of good at it later in life, but once I realized like the power of networking, I definitely turned that into a skill.
Yeah. So I actually met these people that so I was doing cannabis consulting, and I ran into these people that wanted to get into the space, but they didn't know how to do it. And I pretty much kind of showed them like, I took them to a couple of things, took them to like a couple cups, a couple of cons and stuff like that. They paid me to take them to those. I showed them around. I showed them like a couple facilities, shit like that. Tried to get them like plugged in, see a few gardens, and they just they didn't bite. They were just like, you know what? You know this stuff. It's clear that you know this stuff. How about we buy it? Because they run a business development firm, and they were just like, how about we hire you and pay you to buy out like your brand, to bring you in-house and work with us. And that's how I met them at a state house in another state, like trying to push legislation and stuff there.
Be very careful.
Huh?
Said be very careful. I'll leave it at that.
No, I know. Yeah. And it turned into like one of those things, I made money. I had a job for fucking like a whole year with them, but it was just they didn't meet their end of the agreement when they brought in like a bunch of big clients, and I told them before I came on for this one project that I needed to have like soil and water table results, otherwise like I can't move on plans to like bring these people on as a client. Well, they brought them on as a client, made them all these promises that I could do this, that, and the other thing without any of these test results, and that whole thing kind of fell apart because they put the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, whatever.
Yeah, I grew 30 acres for an outfit, and then had a sweetheart deal to be my own business and everything, and they fucking just took advantage of me and took all my IPA, had me buy them seeds, and then at the last minute they ousted me for no reason. But I'm on my third lawyer to get some fucking money out of them fuckers.
Yeah,
I think the first two got paid off, I think.
My
first lawyer.
When things go sour on a business deal, I cut my losses. I'm out immediately. If I need to act or do something in the moment to like make things happen, or it's just like save some sort of face or something, I'll do it right then and there. But past that and after that, let them fucking do whatever they think they need to do. Because I mean, people say the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Well, in a situation where there's a bad business deal and someone got fucked over, the person that got fucked over doesn't need to say a thing, because the truth comes out. It fucking comes out. It doesn't matter how long it fucking takes to come out. It will fucking come out. And that person will have a series of events that follows them too. That just...
Well, the statute of limit for breach of contract in Minnesota is 5 years. So it got to be at least that long. But no, they the director of the hemp program for the Department of Agriculture is the one that told me to seek counsel in the matter. So I'm certain I have a case against them. It's just fucking my lawyers both got scared right at the last second.
Yeah.
But one guy was listening for 5 months.
My fucking keyboard hates me. That's all I'm going to say. I mean to randomly throw that in there, but I swear half the time I try to type out this thing and it misses letters or fucking, I always look up and go, I don't mean to just blurt that out. That just happened. It just happened in frustration. I'm sorry, guys.
So I don't know if I showed this book the other day, but I got this one now.
I believe you did show that one, but
okay.
I'm sure it's a good reminder. You know what I mean?
I couldn't remember if I had shown that one.
I still haven't finished that Change Your Mind by James Bullock.
Okay.
I'm sure that's there.
Is that the yellow and with the blue letters?
Michael Pollan. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Change my mind.
Yeah, change my mind. It's about how to change your mind through psychedelics. Talks about it. And it's a good one. It's a good one. I like a lot of his books, man. I think I have probably about 10. Caffeine. I think he's a good author. But overall, I like he narrates his own shit. And I really like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like there's that they express the way they express themselves, the enthusiasm, and you know what I mean when it's being read, it only can be delivered by the author. You know what I mean? In my opinion, there are good narrators, but it's almost 100% every time best when narrated by the author. But I enjoy all his books. Super informative, and they flow well. But that's what I'm on right now. It's Changing My Mind. See, I appreciate the hard copies too, but right now, and sadly enough, on my library sits an Audible.
That's all good.
Which is kind of nice because I do like to drive and listen. You know what I mean? Shit, multitasking.
Yep.
Doesn't it stick as good though as you're saying? You know what I mean? There's something about the the actual process of reading the words, visualizing it, that sticks in the brain a little bit better and heavier. But that's why I listen a lot of times. One of the reasons I like to multi-listen to a lot of books is because I'm multitasking. I know I'm missing shit. You're muted. Keenan, you're muted.
Sorry. But yeah, man, I hate to do this, but I gotta get up early. I gotta go meet at like a coffee shop with a bunch of people like downtown early as fuck. So yeah.
Well, I'd hope you'd want to be sharp to go down and talk with the legislation to talk law.
Well, no, exactly. That's why I was making sure I had a good meal before I went to bed. Like I made a home cooked meal and everything. It was all healthy and shit. So it's in here hydrating, get a bunch of water. Like I need to finish pounding that. I've got to cut my hair before I go to bed, and I got to get some sleep. So I will see you around, and thanks for having me on. You have a good night.
You too, brother.
Yeah,
good
man.
luck tomorrow. Can't wait to see you here how it goes.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Cheers, sir.
Well, come on, we nerds, hop on this shit.
Yeah, you guys wanted a Monday episode. Damn it. There's a good chance that it being the first one. There is other shit that goes on Monday too. I can't. Cheers to the Michigan Rose Grow Show or Skill Bull and Red that are on right now too.
Oh, yeah.
This is my first, and I feel guilty about it too. My first cross paths with that show, because what they started. I'm still about it. I don't like to cross paths with shows. I really don't. But they started their show, right around the same time. And I always respected, them guys coming from, that camp as well. You know what I mean? Trying not to step on their toes. This is more of an accident thing. I'm encouraging you guys, though. If you want to watch it, go ahead and watch it. Good guys there. I seen Red this weekend. Red and Becca, great people.
Red Setter Farms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red's a good dude. Red's a really good dude. And that's where I met him from. There was my time in the Michigan Grows there, doing those first episodes.
How long were you on that show?
The first 48 episodes. And I was supposed to be the first episode, basically. If you look back, I'm actually the second interview they did. And it just was kind of asked to participate after that. And but yeah, I was I'd like to think I was a big part of getting that thing going, helping. There's no way in hell they wouldn't deny that I helped line out that, the first 28 or so interviews easy. And so yeah, I got a lot of respect for them guys. They were, and I gotta give props where props are due. I wouldn't, up until they approached me for that endeavor, I was still on I'm not going to show my face. I didn't want to do the video thing. So, but asked me to be a part of, like, when he had that show going. And I definitely wasn't doing it then when fucking Dung Beetle and Mahalik was fucking helping out and they were doing the multi-panel show. Didn't want no part of it. Then one day, Sequence and Skill Bowl approached me at an event where I was selling seeds. I was working for, or I was selling TJ seeds at that point. And they come up and ask me if, they pitched the idea and they, what they were going to do. They wanted to talk to growers and spotlight Michigan people and all that good stuff. And I was like, hell yeah, it's a great idea. I would tune in. I was like, yeah, I'd check that out. They kind of suckered me right about that. And they're like, oh yeah, would you be the first guest? And I tell you what, I have the worst time saying no face to face. Oh, 100%, man. And so they had me point blank right there. And I pondered around, and they pushed the question like 3 or 4 times, and finally got, yeah, probably. And I dragged my feet about it as much as I could. And so abolished farms slid in there because I was dragging my feet. And Diston wasn't ready to put my face on the air there yet. And then so I ended up being the second episode over there. That's actually the first time I kind of ever laid down bits and pieces of my first, cannabis history. So actually, if you guys really wanted to look back and hear, that episode, I've only really done other shows. I've done.
What's your weed history? When was the first time you experienced marijuana?
I told that story a few times. It was with my little brother, actually. Probably really young now. I think about it. I always say like 10, but now I think about it, it's probably closer to 8.
Wow.
My dad being out at the bar, fucking young and we were raised young. We're a little bit different. Single dad. So it was just me and my little brother, and it was back, that's back in the times where, you could leave your kids. You know what I mean? Wasn't uncommon for your parents to leave you, well, at least my parents, my dad, because it was only him and us. Oh, you're sleeping? You guys are sleeping? I can go have a drink real quick. There'd be nights where he would do that, think we'd be all good. We lived close to a neighbor or whatever. And so, yeah, he slips out. We get up and notice he's gone. I wandered in, grab a little bit of his weed, roll this barely together joint, sit out there with my little brother, who, if I'm 8, he's 6, and fucking pass back and forth. This thing's just running and falling apart. That was my first interaction with smoking weed right there. And, like I said, man, my upbringing's different than most people's, man. Cannabis has always been there, right around that period. I remember garbage bags of weed being, you know what I mean, a thing. You know what I mean? I remember the first time I seen a weed plant was in that very same house, and that thing was on the edge of a cornfield, like fucking 12 foot tall and shit. Beautiful thing. Yeah. He used to have fucking like big old parties at that house, man. I remember one time, one 4th of July, fucking he threw it turned out to be like a 3-day party. Fucking pig roast, volleyball tournament, dunk tank, live band, 40 and 8 train rolling down the road, taking people around the block. Cannabis was always, so yeah, that was the first time, but it's always been, as far back as I can remember, weed's been in, near, around, in the air.
Yeah, I never thought that it was for me, but learning now what I know, apparently my parents did smoke up until me and my brother were like 1st and 2nd grade, somewhere around there maybe, till my dad's job kind of had him, he had stopped. But yeah, they used to get like pounds at a time sent in the mail from Hawaii and shit. And I don't know, a lot of interesting stories about that. But like I say, I was.
Oh, go ahead, bro. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't smoke myself till I was 13 or something like that, or 14.
Fucking I remember like all my dad's buddies when they'd come over and pick up their bags and shit. They would always do it like usually on the weekends, and they'd come over and get that sack and just have that like all day smoke sesh. Sometimes fucking drag those big old speakers out to the windows or even outside while they'd be playing frisbee and fucking smoking, or it'd just be in the house. But it was always, I remember my dad's friend, what I pretty much called Uncle Dean, Uncle Major. Major was his real name. And so
the auto smoker?
No, not the auto smoker, but he was like, I don't know. I these days I would probably say like he was like the one that would always bring in like the new music. Had his like finger on the pulse of like the new music, and I can remember like he would always come over like with the new record. You know what I mean? This is the one, and they'd throw that motherfucker on and sit around and fucking listen to that fucking both sides of that bitch smoking. And it's back when and that's another thing. Well, how naive were we really? You know what I mean? Kids, go outside and play. We're gonna talk.
Oh yeah.
And we come back in, and it's obviously the house smells like night and day. You know what I mean? Nothing's going on in here.
Yeah, they called my dad Big Red in high school because he had a fucking afro, a big
Nice.
white boy red afro.
So he actually. Go ahead.
You ever heard of the gentleman connoisseur? Or no, I mean the gentleman. What's the word I'm looking for? Smuggler. There is a trio of guys out of Detroit. I listened to this podcast about them not too long ago, but they apparently kind of were the biggest, or at least one of the biggest weed smugglers to have existed. Like, I think Lee Rich was one of the guys' names, and Michael Vogel, and there's one more guy that was kind of in it all, but they would like supply the biker gangs and shit, and like, but they had a deal, or like they were getting it down in Colombia, I believe, from Noriega, Manuel Noriega and shit, and like it got to the point like there was an FBI guy that like went undercover and like infiltrated their whole thing, and fucking like it ended up like where they like American troops sent like 30,000, or American army sent like 30,000 people into Colombia to interdict Manuel Noriega or whatever, and fucking I don't know, this big crazy thing. But like there's interviews with the guys and with the FBI agent and shit. Pretty interesting fucking podcast. But it was like literally hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was like one load. There was 100,000 pound load in by itself. Even a lot of crazy stories though. There's one instance.
Smuggling in general has been a fucking crazy history. You know, that's another thing too. I don't think that the respect will be carried forth, you know. Fuck today, these people, you know, the next generation of cannabis users won't know the smuggling, you know what I mean? The shit it used to really fucking take to get that cannabis, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the cornbread mafia used to cut open live cattle and stick as many bricks of weed in them as they could, and they'd sew them back up, and they'd load up a cattle trailer with them and ship them across the country. Or they'd get a car trailer full of Cadillacs or whatever back in the day, where they had the big trunks where you could fit like 32 pounds or whatever the hell it was in each trunk, and then they'd fill them up and drive them across, or drive the semi across the country and shit.
You would be surprised how much shit just comes in suitcases on rail. How many people actually just get on trains with large amounts of shit back in the day? But that's, you know what I mean? I just don't think that part of cannabis history will be remembered, you know what I mean, in the just the availability of it, or hopefully it will. Hopefully, you know what I mean, as they sit and smoke, they'll be like, you know, they used to fucking really have to like break the law to get this shit, you know what I mean? The smuggler story should be told, man.
There's some of them on, like, to say the one podcast that I was listening to, it's got a long title. There's several bits to it. God, I can't even think the name of the channel was on. But there's a link to it in my Instagram, I think, or even on my, I don't know, maybe even on my YouTube. But there was like, yeah, the stories they tell, this Mike Vogel was saying that their boss, for every airplane load that they would bring into the country, they'd get a medallion. It was like a gold medallion that would get diamond chips in it for every load they would get. And like, I don't know, there's all sorts of fucking crazy stories there. But, or like the Cornbread Mafia, they'd have like dogs out in their fields, like Rottweilers, that they would starve and take the vocal cords out of. Or like they'd cut the rattlers off of rattlesnakes and keep them around in the fields.
Man, I was watching a thing on, it wasn't the movie on the cocaine bear, but it was more of a documentary on it. And it was pretty cool to hear a little bit about the backstory of the smuggler part of it. That cat that actually dropped that load, fucking was planning to try to get the feds off, and he had 500 kilos, and he was planning to crash the plane and leave 100 on it to make it look like, you know, he had went down in the smuggle or whatever. But he had kicked off two different 100 batches here and there, and he jumped out of the plane with 300 kilos, him and guns, and the fucking parachute wouldn't hold the weight, and fucking fell to his death with that load there.
But his heart was beating so fast that he didn't even feel a thing.
Oh, he bit through his lower lip, and his eyes were still like half open when they found him. They said, crazy. And they were talking about you know, there's actually a place in that area that claims they have the cocaine bear, and they were talking about, you know, they followed the trail of it, and there was like no validity to the claim there. They actually talked to the coroner that had the bear and shit. That's another thing too. They said the bear fucking ate a lot of the shit, or all of it was 80 kgs supposedly ate, and they said no, that
I mean, that's kind of acquired taste. That's not the yummy, you know.
They said honey. No, that's not true. They think that somebody actually, they said the bag was sliced open with razor blades and shit. They said somebody had already been there and got the product, but there was wrappers with like a lot of residue, whatever. But he did eat a lot, but it wasn't the load they were trying to claim he ate.
Well, they do say that, like, when laboratory mice are given the option to have Coke or food and water, they will go straight for the coke until they're dead, and they'll just keep returning to it.
It's crazy.
There's kind of a similar story to. I've never even seen a preview for that cocaine, but that's how fucking out of the loop I am. Thank God. But they fucking the gentleman smugglers or whatever those guys that I was talking about first from Detroit there, they fucking they had to drop something like some crazy amount, like 30,000 pounds of weed or something like that over. I don't know if it was Arkansas or Indiana or some southern state where when they were coming in to drop off their load, apparently one of their engines was failing, so they had to lose a lot of their weight or something like that. And there was another instance where they had a big barge that they left they kind of abandoned, and it still had the bilges were full of weed or something like that. But I don't know, it's crazy. I'll find out what the heck that thing was called now. My other phone's a little bit charged up. So what's your all-time favorite strain to grow? What was your best taster and best producer?
Best producer was you. And just about sounded Jazz. Jazz was the biggest yielder by far. Best taster. That's a toughie. That's a real toughie. I've grown a lot of amazing, good strains. I can't even put one there, but the yield part was easy. Jazz was good. It had like a raspberry kind of a funk to it. That was that raspberry jelly, raspberry kush times raspberry kush. It was, that's what it was.
Remember who it's from?
That was a tester or limited edition from TGA.
Oh, nice.
From Heroes of the Farm, actually bred that out. It's a tester available, limited edition.
Yeah, the name of that podcast was called The Masked Man / Deep Cover: The Drug Wars. The Masked Man, Deep Cover: The Drug Wars, episode 1. And it's on a channel called Pushkin Industries. Pushkin. It's only got 450 views, but it came out 8 months ago. And apparently it came out right after the one guy died. I think he must have had an agreement with him, like, when I die, you can share my part. Or it could have just been a coincidence, but.
Oh, you can't let the views guide whether or not to fucking, watch shows like this, man, that it's just either have been caught on whatever, man. There's been a lot of great episodes, just here and other shows that just can't let that views thing. You know what I mean? I don't let it hinder if I'm going to watch it or not.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. No, some of the best things out there are undiscovered yet.
About a year ago, I got my hand.
Yeah, I'll play. There's a 1 minute intro, I think.
About a year ago, I got my hands on this novel, unpublished, but apparently based on a true story. It was written by this guy, Ned Timmons. The overarching plot was pure pulp. I mean, you could imagine the movie starring Steven Seagal, and definitely straight to video. It tells the story of a newbie FBI agent named Ned from Detroit who grows a Fu Manchu mustache, goes undercover in a violent outlaw biker gang, and infiltrates a secret syndicate that's smuggling hundreds of thousands of pounds of pot into the country. And all that leads eventually to the invasion of a foreign country and the arrest of a brutal dictator. Skeptical? Yeah, so was I. See, I'm a journalist, and my specialty, if you can even call it that, is stories that seem
Yeah, it's crazy, man. At one point, they talk about they want. Or I don't know. I won't even give away the more details about it, but it's pretty killer. And then like I know the Cornbread Mafia, they've got tons of stories that they've shared too, like on several different. There's several podcasts online that show them. I know they were on the Future Cannabis Project, or one of the brothers was on Future Cannabis Project at one point in time. But Montel Williams did a little bit about him and shit.
That'd be a good guy to try to get on. That'd be funny. I wonder how I could go through that. He's a cannabis user.
That Montel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty good advocate for everything. But at the same time, he's like, for the longest time he was just putting out his episodes or whatever. But now he makes sure to jam. He's got his own. He's got ads all the time for CD products that he's owning or pushing. But I mean, go for it, I guess too. But yeah, he's got a surprisingly. His show hasn't caught on yet. Like his premieres will get like 15 live views or 20 live views, if even that. And I don't know. They're high production and everything. Like he just had Jim Belushi on there not too long ago, who's of course pushing his own show, which I haven't seen yet, but it kind of seems like it could be a pretty cool thing. I guess Belushi grows a bunch of the weed. I guess he's in like a dozen states or something like that.
Yeah. I was just thinking about somebody that was telling me that they had in with Jim. I had actually forgot about that until you brought him up. I'm like, oh shit. Who was that? Who was that? Why didn't I follow up on that? Is what I was thinking right about that.
I kind of had it in with the Cornbread Mafia about a year ago.
Yeah.
When I had my own company. I kind of told the story about it on here a little bit. But I'll just leave it at that, I guess. Fucking I don't know. So like it turns out like the largest domestic drug bust in American history was them and back in like the 80s. It was in 1986. Like so like back, I don't know if it was in the 70s or in the fucking maybe even like the 60s or whatever. But like what happened is like all the moonshiners out in Kentucky, they kind of had a distribution network going on from all their moonshine days, and they all kind of switched to pot back, in the 70s and whatnot, and started growing. And a lot of pot was being grown in the hills of Kentucky, like to the point where like a lot of the weed that people thought that they were getting from Jamaica or from fucking Thailand was actually coming from Kentucky. Like they'd grow it, they'd dry it certain ways in the field to make it look different, like because no one wanted green weed back then. They wanted like gold weed, so they'd like when you what do they call it? Like when you rim a tree or when you bark it, I forget the term for it is, but like you cut a notch all the way around the outside edge and it'll kill the tree, but they'll let it dry standing dead, so it'll get yellow just so they wouldn't be green anymore. But in any case, so like back in the early 80s, the first helicopter started to arrive on scene, getting aerial footage to bust all their grows. Like they actually even took them to the Supreme Court about it. And but so eventually they had to pull up their tent stakes and move out of town. And they went and they had plots all across the country, and they had, where they would custom their Johnny Boone was their guy. And they call him like the Godfather of grass, and there's got to be temples to these guys down south, where Johnny for President T-shirts and everything. Fucking, he was like your Robin Hood type deal, where he would make sure everyone was fed and all this shit. And but he when they moved outward, one of the farms that they happened to grow in was in Minnesota. And like, I always heard rumors growing up about this huge farm that got busted, right just outside of town. It had silos full of weed, and it's like this big fanciful story that I always thought was just a fairy tale, like, or just a rumor that everyone would always, like the local legend that, oh, this happened, here. Well, it turns out that back in 1986, so they had, like, I think it was like 15 guys up at the farm there, and but they all kept to themselves. They'd drive past their driveway on the gravel road, when they would go home and then double back to make sure no one was following them. And they never went to town. They never went to church. Didn't buy anything in town ever, really, and around here that was suspicious, fucking all the farmers fucking want, we're like, well, what are these guys all about, and eventually they found out that they were growing a bunch of weed out there, and it was $1 billion in today's money worth a bust that they had. It was several farms at once, but the Minnesota one was a big one, and they had 375 acres of weed growing out here. And it turns out that my brother's property borders where that land was nowadays. And like, so that got me all like, deep dive, when I actually, I didn't find out about these guys until later in life, maybe not even half a dozen years ago. And so then I started, deep diving into them and hearing all about their story and whatnot. And since then they've been out of prison. So there was like, I think 74 guys or something like that got busted for the deal. And because of like the Italian omerta, which is it's like a code for like nobody speaks, or no one talks shit, and fucking not a single person said anything, so they couldn't get him with RICO charges or anything. And but I mean, Johnny Boone and fucking and some of the Bickett brothers that did a lot of time. I mean, what's one of the Bickett brothers has several books out. I want to say Joe Keith or something like that. I can't recall exactly, but in any case, like they're out now, and they're doing they've got Bickett and Boone CBD, and they actually run a festival every year called Hemp Fest in Kentucky, where I imagine when Kentucky becomes legal, it's going to be Weed Fest or whatever, and they might just still call it Hemp Fest, or it might be Hemp Stock. I think it's Hemp Fest though. But yeah, like when I was had a bankroll when I had my own company supposedly this last year, I had a bunch of money in my pocket to buy seeds, and so I wanted to get this shit that was fucking ordinary, out of the ordinary, whatever, like at first I got a bunch of like triploid genetics from Colorado CBD just to see what they're all about, and like High Alpine Genetics has a lot of really tasty strains and shit, and like but I sent letters out, or emails out to like Kevin Jodrey and just all sorts of people, just why not, fucking kind of like writing junk letters to Santa Claus or something. I wasn't expecting any responses, and I sent one to Bick and Boone CBD, just saying like the first couple years that I grew hemp legally was in the same county that busted these guys, and I said, every single sheriff's deputy and everyone with a badge in that county, which is a fairly large county, at one point in time, along that the first and second seasons there, had made their way by that field. I imagine it was mandatory for them to check them out, and out of like 50 or 60 cops, maybe 3 of them actually got out of the car and talked to me just to see they were interested in what was going on. All the other ones would just sit there and kind of stare at me with their binoculars, or like think that, but I would just sit there at the doober. I'd light up a doober every time I'd see one sitting there, just because But they fucking, in any case, I ended up sending them a letter, and I just said, hey, I'm growing in that county, and is there any chance that I could grow your guys' genetics, whatever what you're growing? And I said, well, we don't really have our own proprietary strain or whatever, but we do have a cut or whatever of cherry blossom or cherry wine that they grow, that they say is kind of like their own thing or whatever. And I said, well, if there would be any chance that I could grow that, grow some of it, with your guys' blessing or whatever, I'll gladly, turn in the first ounce to the Otter Tail Sheriff's Department and, tell them how they could suppositorily administer it if they, so feels like it, or, with their blessing. And I guess he got a kick out of that. I guess it made him smile because they sent me a letter back and said, hey, we're on your, let us know what we can do to help you out. And it was like, I almost had a heart attack. Now they're great now. My heart's starting to go fast talking about it again. But like, yeah, but then I got my investors kind of fucked with me, and so now that's not a thing. But it was damn cool just to be able to just to have a conversation with them, back and forth in messages, which was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. But there's a couple other kind of legendary people that I've talked to that I can't name or whatever, but it's just kind of a crazy, fucking thing where you kind of just shoot for the stars and just simply talk to people. There, everyone's human. I mean, granted, those guys are kind of gods too. At the same time, and I shouldn't say that because that's kind of blasphemous in there. And but they're fucking legends for sure. I mean, that would, I fucking much respect goes to the guys that did all that work and all over the place. Even all the fucking gangbangers that did all their fucking shit. They were fucking pioneers, fucking growing indoors and whatnot. And yeah, I don't know.
My dog's being bloated. Marshall says it's me, Ryan. You can say my name. It's cool, man.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm still just fucking starstruck as fuck about that, but yeah, I don't know, fucking yeah. Now I'm all got a loss for words. My smile's too big to fucking talk right.
Nothing wrong with that. I said it a couple times, but man, that was a little buzz Saturday. It was kind of fun. At one point, I was like, I was uncomfortably high in public. It's weird when he's like peeking out like that. People are coming up and trying to shake your hands, and you're just like, I took too much early. Oh man. Usually I'm a firm believer of like, psychedelics in public aren't too bad. You just have to like take them and let them naturally progress while you're in public. You know what I mean? And then it's usually comfortable, but I don't know. All right, did Brian freeze or is it me? Cheers, Buddha boy. Angus Young. J5420, cheers to you. Hillbilly Herb, cheers to you. Yeah, it's Brian. Brian in that phone. He's back. Jeez.
Yeah, sorry about that. My stupid.
What's up, man?
I switched my other phone here. Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I was just doing the same thing to you about like fucking 30 seconds ago. Is it him or is it me? Is it him or is it me?
Yeah, this phone is.
Boy. Oh man, we broke that 50-degree mark today. I was fucking stoked. We're supposed to hit like close to mid 60s, maybe 70 Wednesday, but only for a day. But I'll take this shit.
I just spent 12 hours in a skid loader the other day shoveling removing 6 inches of snow. But I think
that snow. No more snow.
Nice heavy shit too. I think half of it melted already though. I mean, it's we've had a couple warmer days then again too, but not quite 50s yet. I'd be out in my fucking t-shirt and shorts.
Man, met it. Some people like fucking are awesome right from the get, or make you feel awesome anyway right from the get. I was talking to some people that they come up. Can we sit down at the table? A couple extra chairs there. People come and go all day long. Yeah, go ahead. They sit down, bust out their dab rig, start, doing their thing, and then get talking a little bit. And ended up telling them, hey, yeah, I do podcasts, yada, yada, yada. Tell them about it and hit them a sticker. I have one of these, bunch of these fucking still. I've got tons of these at Bad Boy still, this camera. Fucking, and hand him a sticker over. He fucking undoes that shit right there at the table. Smacks that motherfucker on his fucking his dab case or his rig case. I'm like, hell yeah, man. Looked up the channel right then and there. It's awesome, right? Hell yeah. Fucking looked up the channel right then and there and fucking subbed. I'm like, that's awesome, dude. Appreciate that. That's, I do, man. If you guys could see, I almost fucking feel like a little kid sometimes telling people about the show when I talk to them and shit, tell them check it out.
Yeah, I still kind of pinch myself every time I log off one of these. Every time I hear you almost say Kwiatkowski right at the end.
Hey, with my credit, I've got 1 out of like 100, right?
No, I'm just giving you shit. No, I got that all my life. I mean, especially like being in wrestling growing up, I'd go to all these wrestling meets every weekend, and like you'd have during the day you'd have like eight different announcers try to say my name or whatever, and I mean, out of the 10,000 times my name got called, I bet maybe 20 times or 200 times maybe they got it right. But
it makes me feel slightly better. Not much. So. Another good dude right here. The fucking actually, this guy saved my ass. He's gonna be a guest on the show. Mr. Matthew Abel, Cannabis Council, who is the head of the Michigan NORML and was one of the people responsible for writing the Michigan medical law. So I spoke with him, had a good conversation with him. He actually, that was another good, now I think about that, that was another good part of the hash bash. He got off the mic there and I approached him and we were talking about him helping me because I actually at one point had to enlist him and keeping my ass legal back in fucking, I think it was like 2009. I got pulled over in Shiawassee County, and thinking I was safe with my medical card, naively surrendered cannabis I had in the trunk. And it wasn't even the cannabis I had on me, or you know what I mean. It was wasn't even a large amount as far as that goes. If he would have looked in the ashtray, he would have probably been fucking. I would probably been really in trouble because there was like a mound, like there always is, a mound of fucking roaches in my ashtray, and so he comes up to the car and he's like, I was speeding. You speeding a little bit. Fucking, yeah. Sorry. Fucking, that's what he said he smelled cannabis, which I always thought was bullshit because I just come from Walmart and I had like a couple of rotisserie chickens fresh, man. That's all I could smell. So I don't know how the fuck he could smell weed. But well, he asked, I smell weed. Is there any weed in the car? And at first I was like, I don't think so. And then I was like, oh yeah, I believe there is. And I had to I'm in my truck and it's fucking a Dodge. You get the upper, you know what I mean? The mid section that lifts up and then the bottom, that middle seat lifts up and there's storage under there. I'm like, oh yeah, fucking, maybe some down here. So I lift that up, and I was running my own company at the time. That was literally a sea of fucking receipts. And I'm like digging in there, and I'm like, I even asked him, could you fly, put your light in here, you know what I mean? And I pull out this like metal tin about this big, and it is literally just loaded with pre-rolls. Might have had like 20 pre-rolls in there. And he takes that motherfucker and my cannabis license and runs back to his fucking car, or fucking like he just fucking made a big old bust or something, and giving me, like, he comes back, and at the time too, he asked me for insurance, and I'm also like looking for my insurance, can't find my insurance. But after, he didn't give two fucks once he got the cannabis, so he comes back after the fact, and he's giving me fucking some shit because I've got my teenage daughter in the truck with me, like I'm consuming and all fucked up, which none of I was completely sober, wasn't even using, but just made it back that I was like, you know what I mean, acting like it shouldn't have been in the truck. And I was, oh man, that part pissed me off. But anyway, he comes back and I literally am holding my insurance up in the window, and he's like, yeah, show it to the judge. So I fucking get a transporting usable cannabis, a speeding ticket, and a no proof insurance. And so I go back to court, and they want to fucking, first of all, I called I had a friend of mine that was a state trooper at the time. Or at that time, Tom was, he had switched over to a federal level, federal investigations for medical bullshit. And I called him, and he's like, and this was the first time we had actually had the cannabis conversation. I'm like, man, I had done a lot of work for him, and I had done a lot of work because of him through the Genesee County Sheriff's Department and other law enforcements. Once you get in good with them cats, man, you literally just go from one to the other because of the trust factor there. And so, but I've never mentioned my cannabis use to him. And this time I'm calling for his advice, and he's like, oh man, nobody give for one. He's like, weed? Nobody gives a shit about weed. What? Basically was his, he's like, let me guess, Holiday, Young Buck. I'm like, It was a holiday, and it was a young officer. He's like, yeah, they always got something to prove. And he's telling, he's like, yeah, I wouldn't. He's like, yeah, I wouldn't need to fight. He said, I'd fight that shit, go down and ask for, your free counsel, and shouldn't be a problem. I go in, I plead innocent, ask for counsel and shit, and the counsel's like want me to fucking. They're like, well, there's for one, and again, I can't remember what this statute is, but it's like a get out of jail free card, kinda. So they wanted me to use this to lessen the plea, but you only can use it one time. And I'm like, fuck that, I ain't even in the wrong. And then I was still gonna get some type of fucking probation out of it. And at the time, they tell me Shiawassee County, everybody told me Shiawassee County monitors your social media while you're on probation, and probably then some. So they literally overtime trying to catch people fucked up. Secondly, they were gonna say that no cannabis consumption during probation, and no caregiving. So I was gonna have to like quit using, give up my caregivership, yada yada yada, be on probation. And I was like, what the fuck? So I'm like, and this is like, I'm following my buddy's advice. He's like, oh, it should be cool. It wasn't cool. It was all crony fucking bullshit. So I call up Matt Abel right here, Cannabis Council, head of normal, and make an appointment with him. I tried a couple other cannabis attorneys, but I wasn't. They right off the bat, they didn't want to fucking travel that far. They wanted upfront fees. Yeah. So I called Matt Abel. He has me come down to his office in Detroit, and he was just like fucking cool motherfucker right off the bat. His office is a radio station. He bought a big old radio station and turned it into his office, and like the sound booth is his office. It's super cool. A really cool woodworking, all kinds of cool stuff. We sat there. He gives me too much of his time. He sat there and talked to me for about fucking 3 hours about cannabis, all kinds of shit. And so what he did for me was he told me exactly what to do. I mean, he told me, in fact, he put it in list form. He's like, I want you to go back. I want you to go back to the state police. I want you to fucking get the reports, the dash cams, fucking. I want you to go to your fucking attorney, and I want you to give her fucking. He had cases that were before the court now. He had cases that had been judged on, all of which should have, helped prove my point. You know what I mean? And tell them to do X, Y, bow, bow, bow. And if they don't do that, then you're gonna fucking bring me in. And I went right back and did X, Y, and Z. I got all the shit he asked. I told my fucking that's another thing. Lawyers don't really like to be told what to do. I found out. She did not like me coming back with an itinerary for her, and so that didn't seem to go over very well right off the get, and it seemed to be like super crony. So we go back, and there's like they postponed some shit and didn't really want to go that way, and then I came to the point where I was like, I may just have to bring him in as co-counsel, or you'll be co-counsel, or whatever. And once I suggested like bringing him in, things changed, man. Fucking the small county of our Shiawassee in particular, Owasso did not want the fight. They did not want the fight. They didn't want to fucking drag that shit out and fucking. So they ended up.
Defender, though.
Pardon me?
If it would have been a public pretender, though, they would have milked that county for all the money, you know. Put stakes in his face.
Well, then in the end, they dropped all the cannabis shit. They dropped the speeding. They stuck the no proof insurance, $75. But I walked away from the charge. I was definitely happy with the fucking $75 ticket. But you know, my fight was, and I told the lawyer this. I'm like, it is fucking unfair. This was before even Abel was involved. I'm like, this is unfair that you're fucking wanting me to give up my cannabis consumption and you get back to pharmaceutical bullshit that could, you know, get myself addicted to some kind of painkillers, opiates, or whatever. Not only that, you're asking my patients to give up their steady stream of medical, you know, medicine, and them to possibly go back to pharmaceutical medicine, which could, you know, hinder their progress in health, or possibly, you know, put them back down the addiction scale. And so that I found was absurd. You know what I mean? Because I've said this a lot over the years, but cannabis its meaning to me has changed over the years. But moreover, I have lost so many family and friends from fucking pharmaceutical addiction. You know, I can't even tell you the amount of pills I've seen over the years. My mom take, and from as a young kid, you know, and it's her and her friends trading pills, you know, shit like that. And it killed her. By 48, she was dead from fucking pills. Aunts, uncles, you know, a lot of her friends I seen as I grew up, seen people addicted to opiates and shit like that. I've had fentanyl kill a few friends, you know. So my mission in cannabis these days is through that reminder of a medicine, and it can save lives. That's where it's currently at with me, because I do not want anybody, you know, getting caught up in that shit, you know. But that's why, long story, how I met Matt Abel, and you know, how he saved my ass indirectly. Cheers to you. It is a 20. Hell yeah. Perfect timing. But I told him again, you know, thank you. If it wouldn't have been for his interaction, you know, and that amazing advice, him doing what he did, I sure would probably be still fucked in the system. You know what I mean? Probation's a nasty beast. We talked just about pharmaceuticals. Probation's a nasty beast all on itself, man. Once you're in probation, it's easily to get caught up and stay in that mess right there.
Yeah, so when I was, my first job I ever had, there's a bud in here.
Nice. So another cool thing he did. So after, before you get into your story, before I forget, when I was talking to him, he asked me if I had any cards, because he gave me his card, which I should have already had. I had said no, but I got some stickers, and I handed him a couple of stickers, like two. And he's like, "That's cool, man. Can I have a bunch of them? I'll spread them around and shit." So I gave him a nice pinch of my stickers, which I thought was pretty cool that he even asked for more. Sorry, Ryan. What were you just saying?
What's it? My first job was when I was 15, being a roofer for my stepdad's cousin. In any case, he paid. I've already told you the story too, but I might as well retell it. He fucking. I got paid in half cash and half weed. And after like one day when I got a paycheck, I think I got like a half a pound of weed, and I didn't have a scale or anything, so I had my connection fucking weigh like a QP of it into quarters and eighths. And I was with my boss and like I was sitting out in the work van fucking while him and his partner were inside of the store, inside the hardware store, and they were trying on watches apparently. And I mean, they were fucking still out of their mind, I'm guessing. And the store owner just thought they were conspicuous looking, so he called the cops on them. And the cop came and fucking, met them outside of the store. And they searched their pockets, anything, didn't find any watches. So they had thousands of dollars in their pockets. They didn't steal any watches. And at the same time, I'm sitting in the van, like on the other side of the parking lot, and somehow the cop was like, "Well, who's this guy? Is this guy with you guys?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, he's our worker, but he's been in the van the whole time." And the store owner's like, "Yeah, that guy hasn't came anywhere near him." And he's like, "Well, get over here, kid," And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I looked behind me in the van, and it's just empty. Like we had cleaned out the work van on, it was on a Friday or whatever, and fucking. So I walked over and, he starts questioning me about these watches. And I said, no. And he goes, do you have anything in your pockets? And I said, yeah. And because I remember he tapped his flashlight on my pocket. He's like, looks like you got something in your pockets there. And I remember I took like I grabbed a handful of fucking bags and I fucking threw it at his face. And I was like, fucking, you didn't just beat him bad now. He's like, okay, well, keep coming. And I fucking got felony possession with intent to distribute. And I went to boot camp for 4 months and juvenile detention for a month and a half. But I got my GED when I was 16 and was accepted to college before my class even made it to their senior years. That was kind of cool. And the whole boot camp thing was pretty awesome too. Like I had to go do like hikes out in the fucking national forests and shit. Had like one of the things you had to be on your own for 5 days. In the winter in fucking Minnesota. I don't know, it's pretty fucking cool experience. Like I was a country boy anyway, but fucking, so I didn't piss and moan like half the other kids did, but had to cut wood for fucking work every day and shit. I have to do that at home anyways. But
oh man, I've done some fucking cutting and splitting.
Yeah.
Actually, fucking running a hydraulic spreader can be fun. You can get into a nice little rhythm. Pop, pop. It's fun. It can be a fun time waste. Split.
I do arborist work right now, kind of on the side for a buddy.
We actually, I at one point in my life, I was a tree surgeon. Worked tree service for a long time and developed some friends, in the industry, and bought a hunk of land and fucking had everybody just dump there and just sit there and split and sell firewood for a while. And it worked out to be a pretty good endeavor for a while.
Yeah, 2019 and 2021, maybe 2018 as well. All winters, I sold cut and sold firewood because we had this property that had a whole bunch of black ash and shit on it, but it was all in the swamp. And you can only, and it was like, because it's cow pasture, you can only access the trees really in the winter when everything is frozen. So I'd sit there and delivering them for like keep this hell for like $200 and shit.
I actually liked splitting or being a tree cutter. That was one of my favorite jobs.
Until you have see one tabletop on someone and fucking, ooh, that's scary.
Oh man, I've seen some shit, man. For one, we went out, it was like Christmas Eve. And Chris says, come on, man. Let's go. Got fucking easy shit, man. Spread out there with me, man. It's pretty much just a drop and leave. So fucking three of us fucking get in the truck and fucking head out there. And we walk out there and we let the dump truck driver Dwayne was with us, and he was, you know, a rough and tumble guy, but he wasn't necessarily a cutter. You know what I mean? But we were all fucking, we smoked out a little bit on the ride and shit. And Dwayne says, "Hey man, I get this money." We're literally at the middle of the field. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead. Fucking, he cuts this fucking tree, and none of us even think about it. He cuts this tree, and fucking it falls, but it gets caught up a little bit on the fall. Hung up on. No, so what happened was, so we're standing there talking as it falls, and it falls, and as we're sitting there talking, no helmet or nothing, well, fucking top comes down and smacks fucking Chris right across the back of the head. Bam! It got caught up in the tree, and when it fucking went like that, it broke. The tree fell, and that fucker just flung up in the air. He came fucking down and fucking just smacked him on the melon. Fucking drove him right to the ground. I myself have been fucking slammed to the ground by a tree. Same dude now I think about it. Fucking Dwayne gets out of the truck, fucking cuts a tree while I'm out and fucking out in the path cutting up a tree. He comes up and fucking nonchalantly don't think it'll make it to me, fucking cuts this tree. I'm fucking cutting it, and as I fucking let off the trigger, I can hear I look up, and there's fucking pine tree top coming at me. I fucking kneel down, that fucker slapped me across the back. Fucking wasn't that bad though. But then another instance, we're out on a job, and I see fucking Chris is up in the bucket, and we're cutting a big old willow tree, and he cuts this crotch, and when he cuts it, it twists, and it fucking hooks the bucket, the boom, and slides down the fucking motherfucker to the bucket, and cold cocks Chris, and again in the back of the head, about pulls him out of the fucking bucket. But yeah, I've definitely seen some good fucking tree accidents, fucking for sure. Luckily, none of them fatal.
I've seen my boss shoot a fucking 2.5 inch finish, or 2.5 inch 20 gauge nail into his elbow in the morning. Like first thing in the morning, fucking, we were doing we're putting up like crown molding or something like that, and he had the gun sitting on our scaffolding, like, you know, like on the top, like where you got like the top bolt sticking out for the next layer or whatever. In any case, he had the gun hanging there, and he just backed up to it and hit his elbow, and it nailed his elbow into like a 90-degree angle. He kind of like toenailed himself to himself. Fucking, and they had to like, when he got into the hospital, they went through like hours of surgery where just because they had to get to it and like cut the nail and leave it in there, but enough to where like they had to take enough out of the middle so it was hinged, so the two pieces would hinge without hitting each other. And then he still has those and gets to tell that story every time he goes to the airport. But like he was like delirious, like he was fucking just laughing and wanted to take a nap and everything, and I'm fucking slapping him in the face.
I'm all muted and shit. Worst construction injury that I've seen, and I remember the most fondly is somewhere or another. I still have the X-ray picture he sent me. And what was funny was he's like a straight laced dude, fireman, no drugs, no fucking weed, a little bit of alcohol here and there. And we're working on this roof, and we're shimming it up, getting it ready for metal, you know, trying to take the sag out of the building. from end to end, and he's just scooting along a little bit, and he's got the nail gun there, and somehow or another he shoots a fucking nail through the side of his boot and pinned all of his toes together.
Ooh.
Through the boot. Yeah. He fucking gets down that ladder and he comes up and he literally hands me a pair of pliers.
That's what he did. That's the same thing my boss did. He's like, pull it out. I'm like, I'm not going near that thing. Fucking.
Oh, they said to him too. I'm like, any other time, probably. This is not a good one. And they told him it was a good thing that it didn't, because the barbs of the fucking, from the nails would have fucking been bad. But he sent me fucking x-rays of like it going through the boot. They had to cut the boot, cut the nail and pull it out a different way. But he calls me like midway because I was like worried about what's going on and shit. And he is high. They gave him morphine, and that dude was like high as shit and how funnier than I ever heard him. Just completely out of, yeah, they're gonna fucking be. I couldn't feel a fucking thing. Oh man, he was out for a while. He was out from a while from taking a spike through all the toes.
I will be back in 2 seconds here. I got to run and grab something quick.
All right. Cheers, everybody in chat. Thank you for hanging out. Eddie B. Cheers to you. Glad you didn't roll down that hill. I've almost rolled down a hill myself in a Kubota, trying to carry a load funky down a hill and almost fucking rolled that fucker. I had that fucker up on one wheel and had to drop that bucket. Oh god, it was scary. I thought I was rolling that day too. Nico, cheers to you. Where do you get your bacon, Nico? How are you, martial artist? Gonna have a lot of good mycology episodes coming on. Hopefully you can participate one of these days, my friend. It is cool meeting some super cool mycology people over the years. They're every bit as passionate about their work as cannabis growers, cannabis caregivers are about theirs. That's for sure. Damn, Jeff. Buddy, why are you picking on everybody tonight?
I have to grab my other phone charger to get my other charger going.
Yeah, killing that batteries tonight.
Well, yeah, I just I left my good charger upstairs. It's like a turbo charger or whatever. And usually the ones I got these two phones hooked up to are decent, but apparently they're getting a little age in them and planned obsolescence and all. So I have to go buy some new phone cords, I think.
They fucking go to shit pretty easy these days. Buddy. We got, well, one dog is just literally, the other two dogs are there sleeping, and he's just like going to each one of them, just like almost nose to nose growling at them while they're sleeping. Leave him alone, bud. He keeps going from each one to each one, just growling at them like, why are you sleeping, man?
Oh, that stupid thing.
Well, I've changed the top of my left knee twice, man. Twice. I was lucky to have a knee. I ain't fucking for one, twice. I thought I was gonna lose that left leg for a while.
I think I remember you talking about that once.
Oh, that left leg is, man. I've had a motorcycle foot peg go through that left leg. I've chainsawed it twice. I had the glass injury there where they wanted it was like close from them taking it off from the fucking glass thing. And fuck this. That's just literally the fucking. I know there's more to that. Damn, but it's weird. Not so much now, but you ever notice how like you have them good skin days and bad skin days? You know what I mean? Some days you can literally like see all the scars. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
some days you can't. You know what I mean? But there's days I have the scar days. I look around. I'm like, God damn, I am fucking lucky to be alive. There's so much crazy shit I've done over the years.
Yeah, shit. This battery's already. It's already like at to 10%, and it was taking like half an hour to get to 3% before. So yeah, I'm gonna pop off for just a second, and I'll be right back on.
Okay. DP, how you doing, my friend? Cheers to you. Hopefully you're doing well. As I was saying a minute ago, we have talked to a lot of cool mycology people coming up. Some good folks that you may want to talk to at some point. After I talk to them first. In the industry, some very, very, very passionate people I have met this weekend that we're doing awesome things in the mycology world, not necessarily just with the psychoactive side of things, but mycology in general, even with the lion's mane and stuff like that, it being their medicine just as much as we use cannabis, different strains for different stuff. They were talking about the same thing, using that as their medicine base. So hopefully some new connections can be made, some knowledge can be retained and passed. That is what this great community is for and about. But can't wait to have some great conversations with them. Cheers again, Ryan.
Cheers. This way. There, now I think I'm good to go. I don't have to worry about my battery anymore.
And it's gonna. I keep having this like weird feeling that and even at like this event, I was like, man, I got a feeling that this year's gonna be just a good year overall. And, very much looking forward to a lot of good shit happening this year.
Yeah, I just hit my 40 milestone this year, so I've melancholy about it. I don't know what to think yet. It's been decent so far, though.
Oh yeah, it has been pretty good so far. The only bummer side about that I feel like about because I really want to get more out and start doing what I've been doing. So before I go any further, how'd you like the midget wrestling? Did you watch the midget wrestling the other night?
I didn't watch yours, but I have seen it. Locally here, there's a guy named Rock and Roll Buck Zumoff. I don't know if you ever heard of him before. He used to wrestle in the WWF, I guess, back in the day. But he used to run midget wrestling around here. So it's not a new thing to me. Otherwise, I watched it.
Well, I didn't think it was like a new thing. It just happened to be on part of the event that night, and So I thought I fucking would record it and shit. But recording it was like a lot of fun for me. You know what I mean? That's what I was. Yeah, I was pretty close to the action there that night, jumping her back and forth and trying to stay the fuck out of the way. My camera was actually in the ring a few times and shit. And yeah, it was fun though. But I guess that's where I was kind of going with that. I just wanted to see if you had watched it and if it was fun. It's like it's a tough call there. You know what I mean? Like I've always liked to just go and hang out and have fun and but when you trying to take it forward, you know what I mean, is like I'm trying to do, I kind of have to leave the sitting around and having fun. It's like it's two different things. It's an either or. Either you're having fun and sitting around or you're chasing shit and putting camera in people's faces and shit like that. And I don't know. So that's not always fun all the time. You know what I mean? Like the music and stuff's cool, but I don't like running around when we're like having fun and shoving the camera in people's face. That's usually when I turn it off. But I do like catching the other stuff.
The funnest 2 nights I've had in my life were being behind the camera at chasing down partiers. Like that fucking, I don't know. I mentioned this too, but there's like, back in the day, I used to watch this show called Joe Goes all the time. It's this guy originally from Minnesota, but he's this really nerdy fellow who had a fucking he was one of the first man on the street interview type channels, where he would just go to conventions and go to, we'd go to Comic-Con and go to the AVN Porn Awards and fucking, he'd just go everywhere. And then once he started getting a fan following and like Patreon supporters, he started going to different countries and shit. But he just would go and just ask people questions. Like he went to the gathering of the Juggalos and took first place in the rap battle, and fucking like his Joe Goes Juggalo has got like 3.5 million views or some shit. But like at one point, like he's put videos out every single Thursday, and like after watching him for a few years, he had a call out, like an open audition for a cameraman for some show he wanted to do in Minnesota. And like at that time he had like, I think 250,000 followers. And like it was this whole process. Like there was it took a couple months. Like it started out like with email, and then we would go to text, and then like I would talk to him on the phone after that. And like in the end, I ended up getting the gig, and like I got paid to go to this. It's called Eel Pulp Festival we have up here, where it's just a bunch of guys go on a lake, and there's usually about like 10,000-15,000 people that gather on the lake and just get drunk as fuck for the weekend, pretty much. And some people fish. It's a fishing contest, but there's the big polar plunge and all these other things. And I went and like was thinking that he was going to show me the ropes and tell me what to do and everything, but like apparently back, because he's based out of LA, and like his normal cameraman slash director is like his daytime gig is he works in the show, showbiz industry or whatever. Like Joe himself, he was a writer for one of these it's like on True TV or whatever, where they would have Danny Bonaducci and fucking Tanya Harding would see a video clip and they'd make fun of it, or they'd make a joke. Like there's actually writers to it. Like Danny Bonaducci doesn't know how to make it, joke, but then it's like there's writers that write out that put all that shit in their mouth. But that's what the host does for a living. In any case, so I ended up being like showing up to this fucking Eel Pulp Festival thinking that he was gonna tell me what to do, and I ended up having to like direct the whole entire thing, and like he was just basically, when he came up with 90% or 95% of the jokes, and but like it was kind of crazy, but like it was kind of out of place at the first one. And not only that, but there was 4 inches of water on the ice the whole time we were there, and I'm walking around with a $900 camera with fucking drunks fucking running into me from every angle. So like that was like baptism by fire there. Like fucking remember all I had to smoke was like I had a whole bunch of resin that we fucking sat there and smoked. So we're just pie-eyed fucking from resin all night. And but then like a few weeks later, he calls me up and he says, "Have you ever heard of We Fest?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's fucking what it is. It's the biggest country music festival in America. It's in Minnesota, and that gets like fucking 60, 70,000. I don't know what the numbers is. It's a lot of people fucking for that weekend." And he's like, "Well, I'm not even gonna have an audition, man. I want you as the guy." So I was like, "Fuck yeah!" So I got VIP press pass to We Fest with him, and fucking that was an insane amount of days there with that guy. Or I'm gender shaming her because like a few months after my show or my episodes aired, like he'd been to the Cannabis Cup too and a whole bunch of different things, but he transitioned to a woman, and now she's Lily. Like since she transitioned into a woman and quit doing the show, her following keeps just getting bigger and bigger. Like people want her to return as her, however that goes. It's just weird though, but like that YouTube video the two videos combined have over 1 million views on them. The ones that I shot and fucking.
That's pretty damn awesome. Cheers, buddy. So
I want to comment on midget wrestling. So I never went to any wrestling show in my life, but I guess it was 2 weekends ago, or not this weekend, the weekend before. I was invited to midget wrestling in Lake Elsinore, and it was at the minor league baseball field, and we had second row right up front. It was sold out. Like there had to have been like 3,000 people there. And I had the best time. I thought it was, I guess, funny. It was also a lot of skill. There was like
sorry to cut in. And sorry, Eagle, for saying this, but I think I did see a little clip of yours, bud, on Instagram.
Look, yeah. On Instagram? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I posted it, the main event fights on my page. But then this last weekend, as I was scrolling around on Instagram and YouTube, I watched your show, the music, and then the wrestling. I thought, well, yours was a full size against a midget, right? The one I saw, which I thought was kind of different. But then this weekend was like, I guess I don't follow it, but WrestleMania was 2 days in LA. And there was another hash event or some kind of cannabis event in LA that was like, had wrestling as entertainment. And I watched a few minutes or saw a few clips of that. I was like, yeah, the whole world's like gone wrestling. It's like the most popular thing going right now.
Check it out. This is just happened to be as we got done talking about this, Ryan. I checked my Instagram, and Fang from Gage Green Group hit me up or tagged me in his Instagram thing. Look, you can see me in the background here in the top left or the top right. You'll see me in the background. What? See my little bald head popped up there? Yeah, I'm off to the left over there recording that for you guys. I think it's funny. It was fun though.
Well, I have to say, like, because I always look at the production of it. So there was maybe about 10 people total. There was like 6 or 7 of the performers, the wrestlers, and then there was like the few other people. And outside the place, I saw the trailer that they had the mini ring and all their stuff. And I realized, this little group of people little people, but whatever. The midget wrestler group had sold out this place. Like it was sold out, 3,000 people. Tickets weren't that much money. And yeah, and they entertained everybody for a few hours. And it was, hey, they announced where they're doing it again in the future, where their next events are. And I was like, yeah, I'd go again. I'll bring a couple of my other friends, because we had like 10 tickets, and when we got there, like only like 7 of us came. And a few of my friends that they were like, oh no, I was like, oh, you missed out. And next time I'm going to try to invite more people, because it was a lot of fun.
Well, cheers, bud. By the way, I didn't say hi.
Now, this was like the hash event. I've been out and about and just got home. How was all the hash and stash at the event?
It was a good event. It was fucking, that cup was them indoor voids just kicked my ass, man. There's just something about, I mean, we literally smoked out a whole multi-level hotel. Yeah, I mean, it was funny because there was 2 hotels connected, like kind of in together, I guess. That, you know, I don't want to mention names, I guess, because I guess they do try to keep it on the down low somewhat. You know what I mean? But so there's the 2 hotels side by side, and they said absolutely no partying in the one, and the event was happening in the other. No smoking or no partying either. But after like being in the one where the event was being held, I don't see how it would even be a thing. I mean, just opening the door to your room would have, you know what I mean, made your room smell like cannabis. I don't know how you could not, you know, have smoked in your room.
There should be more establishments, hotels, and venues that are more open to these events than there are. It seems like that's the hardest part of having an event, is finding the place, right? That is friendly with it or embraces it. And to have a hotel that sort of like turn their back a little or whatever, because most like hotels, oh no, definitely not friendly.
There are like, I've seen hotels. I can't even remember what state it is now though. But they were like the Hemp Inn or something like that, or like there's something to do. Like there was a big pot leaf on their sign, on their signage.
Well, I imagine one day with Vegas, you know, Vegas being wrecked and cannabis being
Vegas is already, I think, got 1 or 2 hotels.
Yeah, that like one of the bigger casino brands that have multiple properties will take one of their, you know, nicer properties and like designate it as the 420 place. I mean, it seems like, yeah, why, like there's enough of us that we would probably have no problem, you know, keeping it busy there.
No, really, no. I mean, they have a handout free alcohol. Why not have like a dab bar at the roulette table, or you know what I mean, something like that.
If there's a place that will eventually do it, it will probably be Vegas, because if they can wring any money out of it, they will.
I want to say Colorado. They would have like taxi services for a while there, were like the one loophole where you could get stoned. So people were renting limos and shit.
At least in California, the law that comes back to bite us, I mean, I smoke cigarettes, but whatever, is the law, is the strictness on smoking indoors, which at this point, smoke is smoke. So you can't like, you know, so like you can't smoke inside, you can't smoke inside, right? Because even a lot of the events here, people get away with it, but it's never really like, oh, they have smoking outside or designated areas, right? But Yeah, it seems like
last two indoor events I've went to, man. We're blowing indoors. Fucking the Organic Cup, man. That was a smaller venue yet, possibly as many people, and fucking they had to open the doors because the building was that bad, and it was literally. I went out to my truck to grab some shit and come back in, and I looked at the building, and it was literally bellowing out every fucking door. It looked like the place was almost on fire.
I've been in some of those environments where it's been smoked out to like almost uncomfortably smoky in an indoor place. But like, just like all of us growers know, especially because, we could move air and charcoal filter it. And like, if you actually put a little bit of effort in, you could eliminate a lot of that smoke with just the same technology we use in the grow. You know what I mean?
This little carbon filter right here.
Yeah.
Kind of like your old school dryer fabric softener sheet in a toilet paper roll. But it's just a little carbon filter.
I know hotels, it's like a revenue stream to hotels, like whether it's pot smoke or cigarette smoke, any smoking at all, they tack on like a couple $100 cleaning fee, where years ago, they didn't really enforce it like they do today. Like, today they don't even confront you. You just notice it a couple days later, like a charge on your credit card. Then you call them up and they're like, oh yeah, there was a smoking charge. You can't even really argue it. Well, you can argue it, but I felt in the last few years that hotels have just made that like a new revenue stream, extra fines, the penalties or whatever you call it.
And be like, well, the camera that I left in there is showing that the people right after me were smoking. It's not me.
Well, it's
That's
some
funny,
years
right?
ago, but in this pretty nice hotel in Berkeley, we were at for like 3-4 days. We never smoked in the room, but I rolled weed and like that. And so when when we checked out, told us, and then I confronted him, and actually like they had like the evidence they were using was like the stems and the carcass shit that was in the trash can. But like, I never did get my money back, but I argued to him, and weed was already legal. I said, I rolled it in the room, but because I never did. We respected that place and smoked outside. But just because they found like remnants of weed or weed dust or whatever the hell, they hit me with like a $200 penalty. I was pissed off because we didn't actually smoke in the room, but whatever.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the price of like even like approaching like say this hotel, because it's not a little hotel. We're talking like a good at least 5-story hotel. You know what I mean? It was a good size hotel. Just approaching a hotel and go, so how much to rent the place? And by the way, we're gonna fucking trash this bitch with smoke. What's the deposit like on something like that?
Most likely, and if it was a successful event, it looked like it, a lot of people there, and so they had made money. Yeah, money talks, right? It's just the way it goes, right?
Oh, so yeah, they made some money. $50 a pop.
Yeah, so that hotel probably is in on it at some level to allow it to happen there. I mean, that's their motivation, right?
Sure, they got a good cut out of that shit. It's like even at the last event, I kind of get a good idea what it would take, to make that place right, wash it down, and make it new. You know what I mean? After something like that, both events, I've been like, holy shit. You know what I
Well,
mean? You ain't never getting the smoke out of this bitch.
they claim, like, what they actually claim is, yeah, they steam clean the room. I mean, whether they do all that.
That's what they claim, is that they steam clean it after the, you know.
Yeah, that's so much work. I mean, I literally, like, I'm not shitting you, man. That room where, like, the main room where they had like the band set up and they had the midget wrestling and shit. That room right there that went multi-story. It had like a wood ceiling, big wood beams and shit. That room for 2 full days was cut it with a knife thick with smoke. You know what I mean? That ceiling, everything had to have some type of fucking yellowing on it or whatever. But I don't know. I'm for it. It's like somebody thinking, how would you? Yeah, so do you think they just shut that bitch down for, like, you know what I mean? Like a week after that event and shit. They're like, sorry,
No.
under construction.
I think they air it out and spray some odor stuff and on with business they go.
Probably.
Because that's the difference. Like cigarette smoke, I would never get it. Like, even they don't have them anymore, but they used to have like smoking hotel rooms. Oh God, that smells so bad. That's so nasty in a smoking room, even though I smoke. But like weed, nah, it doesn't do that same thing. I imagine repeatedly daily for a long time, there would be some kind of permanent smell, but weed smell kind of dissipates. It's weird. It's compared to tobacco smoke, which definitely doesn't dissipate.
I think that's a biased judgment.
Yeah, well,
you may be right.
It's less though. Have you ever walked into a room like this a room that people smoke in, tobacco, even if no one's smoking, like there's this foul stench that is in there. Weed's more like it smells when like afterwards, but it sort of dissipates. I don't know. Maybe it's just I've always felt that weed dissipates differently than tobacco smoke.
Well, you're right. It may be definitely.
I mean,
more
like I smoke
shit.
and I know all my clothes smell like tobacco and a bunch of things. And yeah, weed's kind of different, I think. I don't know. Maybe a real sense. I know something when I'm like been in environments around like really clean environments. And then even like just the joint in my pocket or just that I work with weed, all of a sudden the smell is like super obvious. Like when I used to play poker a lot, I'd like people, I would do things for I wouldn't smell when I went in there. And yeah, people next to me would always comment, yeah, you smell like weed. And I thought, well, I work with weed. No wonder I smell like weed.
Better weed than cigarettes, I would think. Back again. Yeah, I never really smoked cigarettes that heavy. A little bit real young, but I chewed tobacco from a young age.
I spend a lot of weekends up at Masonic store, which is just like a typical storefront, with it has AC. And now his rule there is you can dab all you want. They dab like crazy inside the store, but any blunts or flower, these people smoke it outside. Or he thinks, because of the smell. But I've been in there where it's been so thick with dab smoke that I'm like, yeah, there's really no, is there that much of a difference between like really thick dab smoke and a joint smoke. I'm not so sure as far as like it having lingering effects. Like, but it's his shop and that's his rules. And 90% of people there and that go there don't smoke flower. They are all into doing dabs. So they, you know, that's the one thing with dabs. It's hard to like go sit like in a smoking section outside or whatever, and fire up your torch and do all that stuff. Like, you know, I mean, you could, but
It's 393 grams for that I sifted through. What is this stuff? Is like 2 years old and dry as a popcorn fart.
What you smoking,
well, but
buddy?
there's still grape gas. I'm rolling a grape gas. Yeah. My choices are either grape gas, cheetah piss, apples and bananas. Yeah, I got a few little personal amounts of other stuff that I'm like, I guess I'm saving. I don't know. Sometimes when I put things away to save, I realize that I'll forget about it and a month or two will go by and then it's oxidized or it's not as good. It's like I might as well just have smoked it, saving that joint or two for the future sometimes doesn't always work out.
Chat here. Cheers, diggity dank, decoy bacon. You guys doing? Yeah, man. It's weed hangovers are real, and I don't usually have them as bad at like outdoor events as I've noticed. I've had them from the indoor events, man. Then that and the munchies, man. Usually 2 days after them events, man, I usually throw down with a bottomless stomach. Typical stoner, but it's true. And I have thrown down the last couple of days since I've been back, just bottomless. I mean, ever since I got in the car, leaving the event.
Did it slow down your workout routine too? Took a day off?
Yeah, I took a day off just because of having to catch up with stuff. But yeah, I did take a day off.
You mentioned like eating a lot. I've noticed you've been working out a lot in the last whatever months, a lot more than before when I first came along. That you must have to. Anybody I know that works out a lot has to eat a lot. That's all. It's like part of the deal.
That is a part of the deal. And today I literally, I fucking stopped in the Walmart and then I fucking got some shit out of the deli. A nice amount. That looks like chocolate. Fucking nice amount of shit. The lady says, "Oh, did you buy lunch for me too?" And I was like, "No, if you need, yeah." But I said, she's like, "No, I don't need it. I'm good." I'm like, well, I said, the funny thing about it, all that food, all that right there is for me. And she looked at me. She's like, what? She's like, you that hungry? I was like, oh, I will put that away. I'm going to put that away. Right? She was like surprised because it was probably, it could have been enough for two. Easy. Like, that's how I throw down one good fucking large meal a day. Usually snacking sometimes.
But I'll say back to the strains I have. So in the last couple years at our other place, we have a source. We get all the hype, legit genetics, basically out of LA, from all the different Donnie Burger, and we've had them all, Mike and Larry, and fuck, I can't even remember them all. But as the time has gone by and what we actually have like kept and run, and I don't know this guy from Adam or any of that, but it seems like the guy named Chris from Compound Genetics. Yeah, like, oh, it turns out the apples, bananas from him, the grape gas from him. Wait, there's one other one that I can, out of like maybe a dozen of these clone varieties I've run through. Yeah, the ones that were like definitely impressive plants I kept and expanded their production. Compound Genetics. Just a thought there.
The hash looked like chocolate.
It's stuff that we let go pretty late just to see. Well, a lot of it was because we were fucking slow, I have to tell you the truth, that year. But yeah, like I looked at it in the microscope, other stuff, and it's just solid amber heads pretty much.
And you said it was a couple years old, so it's oxidized.
Yeah, it's fucking for any hemp or whatever, CBD stuff, it fucking knocks you out. Like it yeah, I only smoke it when I want to go to sleep pretty much. Or when I want to feel really fucking goofy. But I guess I didn't get a whole hell of a lot. 6 grams out of it, maybe.
I got a question. So you were involved in some pretty big CBD fields a few years back. Are those operations still going as big, or was that like a short-lived business where, like around here, yeah, there was a lot of that hemp or CBD licenses, but then a lot of those they weren't able to be profitable, or
well, they are and they aren't. It's depends on who you talk to and how you look at it. There are definitely people in the game that know what they're doing and are getting good word out for themselves. But no, with my group of investors, like I'm sure they're at it somehow, because I've talked to other owners that have been approached by them and things. I don't know, but like there's a guy that I replaced. He owns a facility, a cannabis facility, or marijuana facility in Pueblo. And they still own like an extraction services and stuff up here, but and the first place that I grew for, it grew for a dispensary for the first couple of years. They're still up and going, getting their money in before marijuana.
This is this dispensary because of the prohibition in that area. So that's a dispensary that's just selling like what do you call it, CBD flower.
Yep,
or
but
whatever.
At the same time, Minnesota, we just we allowed a lot into place just recently here within last year. That was edibles are, and drinkables can have delta 9 THC in them, but it's got to be derived from hemp. So you got to make, and it's like 50 milligrams.
What kind of lawmakers are the ones that are so short-sighted that this is their vision? Like, are they?
Well, no, it's just the people with the money have their hands in the back pockets of the politicians, because all it is, in my opinion, is all these huge conglomerates. They did hundreds of acres of this shit, and they didn't really know what they were doing, so
they just want to stall out the inevitable, where they can make money in the situation, but the inevitable, because like the argument as a counter argument to the lawmakers, I would say, well, by creating this situation in our state, we create a black market for like regular cannabis, that then ultimately what a state understands is that money from your state is leaving your state and going to another state, right? And the best way to keep the money in our state is to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Well,
ultimately, that's what's going to make states realize, yeah, by having whatever cannabis law, we're sending all of our money to Oklahoma or to California or to Colorado or to Michigan or to these other states that that the gray market or whatever, that's what happens. So I imagine all these states that is only CBD, yeah, there's still like a millions of dollars worth of real cannabis business. It's just not taxable.
oh yeah, we have the, I mean, and a lot of our black market has been from Colorado. I mean, for the most part. But at the same time, I mean, there's still a lot, you know, there's still.
So to me, any of the states that
but
are in like whatever I call it limbo or like somewhere between CBD or medical, or it's just a matter of time.
a lot of them
like
so like the big companies like Green Thumb Industries and God, I'm blanking on my names right now. I'm fucking. But in any case, like the really big conglomerates that are multiple state or MSOs or they're multiple state organizations maybe. They're like Green Thumb Industries, for instance, is only in place, or I think it might be more now, but initially they were only in place in states where it was only medically legal, and they were like in Minnesota, like they only gave contracts to 2 companies. Like there was a lottery that you could buy into for like $20,000 a ticket that, you know, like a dozen or so companies tried out to begin with, but for the longest time we only had two large corporations that were allowed to grow. One of them was a former like huge floral business that was owned by the family of a senator from here. But
yeah, and you could probably find that the big conglomerate, the politician class is invested in those companies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the guy that owns the company that started it, he's from Jim Beam money. So his family's got. I mean, they've been in the back pocket of the legislature for you know, a century or, you know, decades.
Well, I'm sure in some states with this situation that there's like you say, a couple operators that are cashing in big, and so their goal is to just keep things the way they are for as long as they can.
Yeah, so they can milk their profits, and so they can get everyone familiar with going to them, and so they can secure, like, the big thing that I see coming is them securing all like the nursing homes and all the hospitals, but mainly like the nursing homes and hospice and everything, because a lot of them act as their own pharmacies kind of, and if they could, I don't know, that's once Medicare.
I don't know if we talked about it here, but like, especially that all of us, people my age and even us, some younger, are eventually going to be the old folks in these old folks' homes. And I imagine it already is a little of this amongst the old folks' home, that there's some old folks that are already like hip to cannabis or smoked cannabis when they were younger. And, you know, but I imagine, I don't know, because I haven't had experience with family members in these facilities, but I imagine there's like rules, just like any other facility where, oh yeah, you can't have this, right? Other than I think I know, they allow them to drink alcohol like little in those places, right? But like you probably can't have cannabis.
Like I know, like my grandma was prescribed alcohol, like actually prescribed it, but as far as smoking, like I know, I mean, given it was 10 years ago, when I did a whole lot of, we did nursing homes, did a lot of remodeling and new construction on them, and the majority that we built, they had a smoking room in them, but it's not all of them can do that. But I know a lot of them don't allow smoking.
Well,
I've read
and I imagine as a group, old folks, probably smoking isn't going to be a preferred or recommended or a good idea as a way for them to ingest cannabis, right? Like, like that's where edibles and other forms would, like, I don't think that it's going to be something that you should recommend a 80 or 90-year-old person to smoke, right?
My buddy that owns that dispensary though, I mean, granted, we're just talking CBD here, but when it became available on the market, he said that the majority of his customers were actually little old ladies with, little old grannies. I would walk in there. A lot of them, it was the first time they'd ever smoked, or like, maybe they'd smoked cigarettes back in the 40s or something. But like they would come, they would go for his pre-rolls and they would come back and say, "Oh, they would become the ones that were like his, overnight connoisseurs, or they would come back and, well, I kind of like the taste of this one, but this one, makes me feel better this way." And yeah, that was kind of
well, eventually, just like we were talking about hotels and establishments being 420 friendly, like, yeah, so many years from now, especially when the more of us are the patients or the client of these old folks homes, they're going to have to be 420 friendly old folks homes. Like,
well, the big holdup right now is because of Medicare, is because it's not federally legal, because the doctors, I mean, they all suck the dick of the Medicare god, so they can't.
And I can only imagine, like,
but
when
doctors
you hear about,
can prescribe it to, you can have a prescription for it and live in a nursing home, but that nursing home may not necessarily say that you can smoke it on their premises. So you're, I'm not, I don't know how the edibles go. I imagine that you could, I mean, I'm sure there's people that are sneaking in edibles to those places, but I don't know the extent of it by any means. Like, it's been a long time since I should befriend some,
like, the old folks
or
that probably statistically are in old folks homes now. Yeah, those were basically the people that we had to wait out to replace their votes, because they've been against cannabis, because they've been like programmed from the time of the 30s, 40s, 50s that it was like a bad drug, and there's no change in that in a lot of them. But 20, 30 years from now, all of us are going to be those same old folks, where I think that, like, I imagine there's some group of investors that are already eyeing the distribution to old folks as like a viable, probably a huge thing, especially.
Oh no, I guarantee. Especially, but like I say, they're waiting. I guarantee it's a thing already. But the big thing is they're waiting for the Medicare
for the federal. Yeah. And like I say, I just know sometimes when Medicare stories come out, whether it's fraud or otherwise, holy moly, that's like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars just floating around in Medicare.
A lot of
doctors make a lot of money off of that.
I got some Medicare fraud tales that I'm going to be talking about pretty soon here. But I'll just leave it at that. Shady bastards.
Yeah, well, that stuff gets complicated. I imagine there's already like a couple facilities that on the lowdown are friendly to like old folks that might be cannabis friendly, because
I read articles on it. Like, there's an article about, I forget what the article was even about, so I'm just going to slaughter the premise of it, but it was something to do with I imagine if you were to look up like New York State nursing home marijuana or something like that, it might come up. But it was something to do with the cannabis club in New York that was like I don't know if it was a contract with the nursing home to sell to their patients or what it was, but I can't even remember what the issue was in it.
Yeah, I think I remember reading something about that a while back. But that's like the beginning. That's the beginning of like what we're talking about. And yeah.
Yeah, that Green Thumb Industry, they're kind of funky. So like the guy that started it, like I say, he was his family bought Jim Beam, And so he's like an heir to the Jim Beam fortune or whatever.
Well, I know that they changed the name. I think it used to be called what, Canopy. It was like a
that's a different one.
Traded stock. But to me, the most amazing story in that was that like one of the highest paid people on the board was the guy named John Boehner, who John Boehner was the Speaker of the House for the Republic, who grew up in upstairs of a bar and basically like was known as an alcoholic from the time he was like a teenager, right? All the way through. But then now he's like the biggest, well, he's on the board of one of the biggest cannabis stocks and all that. Like, yeah, that guy then became on the board of a cannabis company. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So Green Thumb Industries, they started out where there's a guy named Kerry Neiman, who was he was raised like in an upscale British or upscale Jewish like prep schools and stuff in Chicago, and he moved out to Michigan when it first became legal out there and grew legally, and was a caretaker for a couple of years or whatnot. And he was passionate, he went to Colorado for his college and everything, and fell in love with the herb out there, and like passionate about the plant. He had a green a pot leaf with a green thumb giving a thumbs up on his forearm, a tattoo that he drew himself. And once things were starting to get going, he saw the opportunity to be had, and so he contacted the richest guy that he knew, who was this Ben Kovler, this guy who has this Jim Beam money or whatever. So Ben Kovler takes him, and he fucking, for months he has him thinking, we're gonna make your company, for you, we're gonna blow up. He took the name Green Thumb Industries that Kerry Neiman created. The logo, the tattoo is on the guy's arm, and he took all his IP. He like basically, what do I need to do for this, and what would you do for this, and imagine that maybe some of the genetics they had gotten and everything, and then they created an LLC for his company behind his back for Green Thumb Industries, and right before it was hit go time, they ousted him from the company, and then Neiman sued him for fucking, what was it, $500,000 or something like that, and they counter offered with $245,000 to settle out of court, and he said no to the counter offer, and all they had was verbal contracts. There's no writing or anything like that, and that case has been in the courts for like 3 or 4 years now, and like the newspapers make Kerry Neiman sound like he was just some, like, I think they call him a lowly pot farmer in one of the articles or something like that, but he comes from his like great grandma founded Neiman Marcus, which is a high-end retail store. But like either way, he got fucked over. The guy took his company and everything. And it was kind of funny because like it was like 3 days after my whole situation when I got ousted from my own company, but it was almost like verbatim, like he'd read their fucking court case. And I mean, they strung me along for so many months, had me come up with a company name, all the IP. They created an LLC for my company name behind my back, and then they had registered with the state under that name, and all sorts of fun shit. But like that Kerry Neiman, he's got connections. Like the Wall Street Journal has interviewed him just for his, because he runs a cannabis company in California, Mazel Tov Farms, and like he's got that kosher kush cut or whatever. Fucking like they fucking like the day that the accusations or whatever that they filed came out, that Green Thumb took 15% hit in their stocks, which might not sound like much, but when it's like a $7 billion company, and that was just that Culver fucking was saying, oh no, it's not true, but I mean it's quite obvious when the shit's tattooed on the guy's forearm, and but yeah, they still operate under Green Thumb, and they're still, I don't know if they've pulled ahead of Canopy yet or not, but that they're in either second or third or first place for size wise, but they run Rise dispensaries and a bunch of other ones too, but I can't recall the other names. Yeah, like it's fucking. Yeah, I reached out and talked to Kerry even. Like he agreed to be interviewed with me after his case is over, and vice versa if my shit doesn't progress by then. But it's a fucked up dog eat dog. And none of the fuckers, I mean, like the big guys, they don't give a shit about the fucking product. They're just about that return on investment and fucking marketing strategies and small dick problems. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah. Small dick problems, you said. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I don't know what makes them want to hoard all that money.
That's a good question.
I mean, they may even have huge cocks, but just as long, I mean, that's just mentality to me is like that. I don't know how to say it. You can have a 12-inch long with small dick energy every day, all day long. I don't know.
You said you don't know what makes them, the money makes them that want that. That's what money does.
Money.
I know myself, as much as I think I would like, if all of a sudden I came into the hundreds of millions of dollars, that it wouldn't really change me that much. Nah, it would probably fuck you up big time.
A minute.
It'd be a good ride though. Hey, all right. Should we give away a pack of seeds, Eagle?
Sure.
All right.
I would say no to hooking somebody up.
I showed the one thing because I have a friend that's a breeder in Michigan named Dynasty, right? Dynasty Genetics. And I in our 600 seed germination we have going, we did 50 of these ones called Detroit Runts. I'm not sure what the lineage of that is, but it's called Detroit Runts.
Nice.
But the pack we'll give away is from Dynasty. He's a good breeder. It's Silverback Runts, which is gorilla poop crossed into white runts. 10 regular seeds. Dynasty.
That's awesome. How do you want to do this, buddy?
I guess what's the way we always do it? The numbers?
Number game. That's right.
That always works.
So let's see how many people we have in chat here. We'll go from there. Man, I tell you what, I had some good ass candy day. 69, we might as well just call it 77 times 4 is 228 there. So from 0 to 280, you want to pick a number, right? They were making candy and fruit candies and stuff with their freeze dryer. And that shit was fucking good as shit. I ate a whole bag of their candy in one sitting. You picking that number, right?
Have you had like what they call freeze-dried ice cream?
Mm-mm.
At the Emerald Cup, someone gave me that. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be cold or ice. Well, it's trippy. And freeze dryers are like, some amazing things come out of it. I remember the first time, this was a long time ago, people, but it's pretty common. They freeze dry Skittles, the candy, and it blows up and like changes its whole texture. Have you ever had those?
Yeah, in fact, some of them were Jolly Ranchers. They were did that were like Jolly Rancher puffs.
Beyond all the things with just regular fruit and food, yeah, I've seen some. You could almost put anything in the freeze dryer, something's going to come out.
They were good. They were like puffs, like almost like a puff, like a Cheeto, like almost consistency, and like they were just like big puffs like that. And they were fucking good. They were really good. All right, you guys have a minute and a half to come up with that lucky number. One guess only, please. Multiple guesses will get you disqualified. If you've seen your guess has already been taken, then in that case you can have another guess. But other than that, don't get yourself disqualified. You have and from you see start till you see stop. Good luck, everybody. Cheers. Thank you, buddy, for the hookup here.
I got so many seeds. It's crazy.
Start that up, aren't they?
Well, look, like we plan on doing 500, but we stretched it to 6. But our criteria when we went through all these cases of seed packs, 30 to 50 or 100. A couple of them we did 100 of the same kind, because that's what we're like trying to do, a pheno hunt. Even though we have like so many of them that are 1 pack or 2, a lot of them 1 pack. Things that I really wanted to do. Yeah, eventually, but in this particular project, it was more about like trying to run numbers of certain whatever ones we had those of and search through those at a like more of a scale, you know, which is a lot different than most of my experience. Most time I cracked a pack, sometimes not even the whole pack. I'd save a couple case was my thing, and working like at a smaller scale, like less than 10. So this will be kind of a new experience doing this many of them.
That was the end of the buzzer there. The lucky number was 187. You guys had it like dyslexic, a couple of you guys. I see you guys won 78. 187 was the lucky number there.
Let's see.
Ooh, we got 182 was closest.
Oh, Green Fingers was pretty close, but not close enough.
Yeah, Sky Overhead is the one I'm seeing. Right? Let's see here.
All right. He's 182.
Yeah, that's the closest. Yeah. Sky Overhead. If you could follow, if you're not, buddy there, and DM him on Instagram, right?
Yeah, and I'll get him in the mail.
You better follow, though. Don't just claim the fucking seeds.
Either way.
I'm just, you should. I mean, come on.
Now that I see Mr. Major General in there, I'm still waiting for his address.
He was saying he was going to grow them seeds too. He's like, I'm going to grow them.
I noticed I haven't. Yeah, I noticed that. Now, myself, I'm not growing any more fucking autos. I don't got time to fucking waste on that bullshit. Now, that's after funny. That's after fucking 3 years, and I gave it I gave it like an honest run. Like, I guess. But the truth is, like a photo, like, so, yeah, it's not. There's no purpose in my life for it, because even in my region, if I don't supplemental light, things just basically flower most of the year anyway. So it's no, because ultimately the weed looked and smelled pretty good when you chopped it down. But it didn't really amount to like anything that you smoked and said, oh, that was good. It was hard to explain. Oh, it had flavor. And I guess it got you stoned, but it wasn't like, oh, let me smoke another one of those. No, I gave most of it away. A couple people, they thought it was great, but no, I didn't like it. And I grew like 15 different kinds. No. But they do serve, like I can see they serve a purpose.
I know the Major's been researching the things for a while. I bet he can grow them top notch.
What I kind of like, oh, a friend of mine that has a big license up north was telling me about the neighbors that last season, like I forget the actual number, but it's like they went from meaning 80,000 tags. A tag is what you need to grow a plant in California, right? They tag, you have to order these tags and put it on your plant. And that was like 2 years ago, or now 3 seasons ago, or whatever. That's where they started with autos. And then last year, it was like, I think around 200,000 tags they needed, right? Because they realized in that space they could do more, whatever, right? And
yeah, the
even
that I worked for,
the state wasn't last year was not able to give them the tags, so they basically grew that many plants. And it wasn't that they didn't request them and they weren't supposed to come, but there was so much request for tags that they didn't have the production level last year to fill all the tags they needed for, which tells me what the auto growers, which there's a bunch of them, right? The thing is even in the California market, there's no designation. There should be a designation, just like, oh, that it's indoor or outdoor, or it's this or that. Oh, that it's auto. They should have to declare it by law, because, oh, I think a lot of product in the market, maybe not flowers, maybe only a little flowers, but concentrate, cart, other biomass is actually autos. And just like you should know if you're buying GMO food or not, or whatever country your food's from, there's laws that there should be some kind of thing where, because autos are being grown in mass is the point, commercially. And that means that they're being sold to people. I don't know anybody, I don't know the market that good, but I don't ever see someone like, or any product being shown and admitting that it's actually auto flower that is the base of their product. But I know it's being grown at high levels, so that means it's being tagged, so that means it's in the legal market.
Yeah, it's surprising to hear you guys flip places there. Majors actually was coming around the last time he was on. He was actually starting to defend the autos, if you can believe that. I couldn't even believe my ears. And then you come on, you're like, yeah, nah.
But at least that means united, because that's all I was. And in a different situation, oh, those might serve a purpose. Something I've never done, and I still have some. I actually think it could be grown with minimal light as a house plant. It's only going to get to be this little bonsai. But yeah, I don't need like a windowsill plant, or even less than a windowsill, just like a house plant. I think it would actually, like, oh, it wouldn't be the best. It wouldn't be, but to somebody living in an apartment that's, as I don't know, it like could serve a purpose like that. That's kind of where I saw it, that somebody could without like carry or even put it on their patio or whatever, with just, just like they would grow some basil in their kitchen or whatever else they grow in their house plants. I think there could be a place for it in that field. But anyone that's like serious about growing weed, nah.
Do you think that'll be like one of those like florist type things? I want to order my wife a dozen roses at an auto, one of your finest autos.
Well, Jeff
Like that would
Lowenfeld,
be the thing.
Jeff Lowenfeld called him the next cherry tomato years ago. They said the little old ladies are gonna be having them in their gardens.
Yeah, I mean, like at a certain point, you buy it at Ace and Home Depot, and it would be already going in a little pot, and whatever came of it would cut. Just like most of those little things are more like gimmicks than real. If you were really trying to grow something, you wouldn't. The items I'm talking about that they sell at
Get some monozygous
gardening stores.
Monsanto. Or the artist formerly known as Monsanto.
Right next to the succulents. That'd be funny. Which will start it.
Well, but like, even though there's all these seeds that are available at my gardening center, which is an Ace, but it really is the old Joe's Hardware in town. But that time of year when they put out all the starts of tomatoes, peppers, pretty much everything else. There's like a certain week, like people start showing up, and the people that run the store say, "Oh no, not till next week." And when they first start coming in, they're going off the shelf fast. Like no one starts with seeds; they start with little 4-inch plants like that. That it's just easy for them.
I want to start like selling clones that are grafted with several different strains on them. That makes any sense? I think that'd be a cool gimmick to, you say you could have someone try growing for the first time, but they could still have 4 different flavors or 6 different flavors on one plant.
Well, that could be possible, like at a
novel idea
level.
Well, I mean, a lot of people in like states where they've got the plant counts and shit where they can only have 4 plants, they'll keep a mom that has 10 strains on it or 12 strains. I mean,
well, you'd have to figure out a way to make it low cost and that you could do it at scale and that they'd be pretty uniform, like agriculture or like nursery plant. Those guys that do, I live around a lot of nursery
apple tree
operations, and they knock it out, and things are only a certain size, and the real trick is you try to have uniformity, because the buyers want it when they buy flats of plants to resell at Home Depot or whatever, they want them like equal as much as possible. Sometimes in the last few years, I thought because if I was to have to trade, find a new career or something, because cannabis is getting rough. Yeah, I guess the only thing I have skills in, because, I definitely growing nursery plants in a greenhouse is not much different than cannabis.
HBS salesman.
Actually, in a lot of those, each different crop, there's all these tricks of the trade you do, the poinsettias and the seasonal stuff, and for years, I've lived down here 25 years. I drove around and I'd see these properties with these beautiful greenhouses and setups, and I always would think, yeah, if those guys were growing weed, they'd be making way more money. That would be a perfect place. And now it's like 25 years later, and I watch the truckloads of their nursery plants leave weekly, and the big loads of dirt or the potting soil they use, and yeah, they just keep knocking it out year after year, because there's never landscape plants and nursery plants. That market is strong.
Oh yeah, I used to do landscaping and shit. Yeah, I like fucking out doing willow tree shit too, like doing tree art, or like, I don't know, there's a lot of different words for it, but this spring here. I'm gonna try to do a bunch of potted ones and see what happens.
I have a couple of the people I know around here. They grow trees. They have them in wooden crate boxes, mainly palms, but other trees. That's kind of like making, what is it, the whiskey that takes like 12 years before you can sell it, right? So if you were to invest in like a tree thing, you grow them to a certain size, which takes like 10, 20, 30 years before they're worth anything.
Well, I actually sold a lot of willow shoots. What I would do is I sold, I think, a few hundred of them to my brother. I mean, I sold a few thousand of them over the years, but like where I would just take willow shoots, or like they call them rods or whips, or what do they call them? Rods, I think. But like on the bottom of a tree can shoot out like an 8 foot of new growth in 1 year, and I mean, usually it's not quite that much, but they can be, like, a lot of the rods were that long. And I'd stick them in the stream until they would get rooted, and then I would just sell them just straight like that. I would just fucking wrap
the bottom line in my area, which was like a strong agriculture area for years.
Well, they use
strawberries, avocados, citrus, a bunch of different stuff. Most of the land now trees have been cut down, and they do what we call cut flowers. Cut flowers aren't even flowers. It's the main crop that works real easy, and a lot of land around me has nothing but that. We call it like baby eucalyptus. It's this weird eucalyptus that doesn't grow into a big ass tree. It just grows like this little bush. And
probably on dwarf stock.
Yeah,
dwarf
they take
stock.
like basically fresh growth. It's all about fresh growth, and 8 to 12 inches long. And it's that baby breath, all these fillers,
like a sprig or whatever,
fillers for bouquets. And yeah, it doesn't take any water, not much anything, and you don't get paid a lot, but it's like constant harvesting. It's just constant.
Oh yeah, like those willow trees, they grow really fast, and they use them a lot for like erosion and stuff in fields, and or just if they need to have wet feet, so they're kind of limited as to where you want to grow them. Like you don't want to grow them near your city or like near a septic tank or anything, because their roots will seek that out, or they'll stretch and they'll break sidewalks up and shit. But like but they grow really fast, and they use them a lot for what is it, remediation or whatever, where if there's like a toxic spill or something like that, they'll plant them really densely and let them suck up all that junk, and then they just end up fucking incinerating it all. I mean, that's what they do with most of
one thing with that type of plant, it's really evasive. So like if willow will if it's not native to the area and they use it, it will spread and yeah.
They're native to every state though. There's willow species that are native to every state, I believe. Salicacia.
Yeah. Outside of like willows, though, talking about like using planting trees, say good Japanese maple there, buddy, kilowatts there, good, let's say maybe even 10 feet tall, maybe 8 foot around, around the canopy. That thing is going to generate you probably $10,000 to $15,000. That's a good passive investment right there. You plant a fucking bunch of rows in there and you dig them up, and you got somebody market for that. That's a good return.
Yeah, no.
I did a lot of what do you call it? Air pruning with I don't know what's it called. It's where you root the tree on the branch.
Oh, grafting.
No,
or
I think it's air.
when you
air,
root it on the branch, that's air pruning.
Yeah, you take it and you kind of scrape away the bark, and then you
Wrap
wrap
a
it.
sponge or spot. Yeah.
I did that with some oak trees, and then I also took like I just got a whole bunch. I go to auctions and shit a lot, and I've got a whole bunch of shovel heads and pitchfork heads and shit. And what I'll do is I'll just take them and I'll stick them in an oak tree branch, and come back 10 years later or whatever, and you got a fucking custom fucking brand or handle for you.
It said air layering. No air layering.
Air layering, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Actually heard about that through Scott Myers now was the first guy to talk about that. He was using the dryer for it. Which I thought was pretty crazy. He still insists you can air layer in that dryer. So is it how much time would that speed up, in your opinion, versus just throwing, starting some shit in the ground?
Well, a lot of what it's for a lot is God, I know there's several reasons behind it, and they're eluding me at the moment. But there's like a common sense reason where it comes in handy every once in a while. Kind of like how, re-vegging, or monster cropping a plant, is kind of a last resort. I just did it because it was fun to do, and learning about shit that you could do to plants, and I want to say there's certain types of plants where that's kind of the only way that they're really able to root them easily, because they would take too long if you tried to root them, the traditional way. But I don't know. But I mean, I tried it with a few oak trees the one year, and it took all year to get roots out, or it took a while to get roots on. Like, I didn't check them that often, but it's definitely not a quick process. But maybe with with a willow tree, I bet you could do it in, you'd probably get roots in a month or something like that. I guess I don't really know. I think everyone should start making fedges, though. I don't know, bring them up a couple times, but
What is that?
it's where you take the fucking, like, I've got pictures of one, or a little video clip of one on my Instagram. But it's like, what I did is I took a bunch of willow tree branches, rods again. Well, like, first I took an entire branch of a tree that had been wind blown down. So it had all these runner branches that stuck straight up. And then, like, one second here. And then, like, every fucking, so I had this one big branch like this that had a whole bunch of little, or like 8-foot pieces coming up off it. I dug a trench and I buried that in the ground. And then I took all these all of these rods. So, like, at the bottom of a willow tree, you'll have all these new growth sticking out a lot of the time. And I took those 8-foot rods, and then where my trench was, every 2 feet, I stuck one of those rods in the ground at a 45-degree angle. And then every other 2 feet, I had another one coming out at a 45-degree angle. And where they would meet, you fucking, you scrape away the cambium layer. It's like just the outside bark layer. Then you'll have like the white underneath there. You scrape it away until that white is showing on your two pieces that touch each other. And it's called pressure grafting. Like, where they meet, I went and took electrical tape and I taped it around those really tight. So then what happens is they pressure graft and they grow together. Sometimes you'll see it naturally happening on a tree if a branch is forced to be up against itself. Certain trees are more apt to do it than others. Like willow has a whole lot of endobutylic acids and I don't know, other shit that makes it fucking salicylic acid, whatever, that makes it graft really easily. Like you can take, a lot of times you can just take these branches and you just stick them in the ground without rooting them. Like these rods that I made my fedge out of, I actually had the bottoms sitting in a river for like maybe a month, or a little stream. So they had roots going for the bottom foot of it. But you got to be kind of careful. And like I had to, like, I pre-drilled holes to stick them in that were a little bit bigger. But like I said, so every 2 feet where these would meet, I would tape them. And I had a stream behind it, and the plan was for it to eventually be like a grotto, like a big like a dome over the top of that little river, so you can kind of have a little chill spot there in the summer. But the cool thing about them is they're living, so they can so like all these other branches that I buried before I buried that that tree, I took them and I just interwove them between the main X's here, so they would all grow together. And then I had like a bench thing that I had going across the. But like with the willow, they grow really fast. Where I mean, like in 15 years, these things will be, 6 inches around, and they'll all be growing together. And you can just kind of form them how you want. And they because they're deciduous, they lose their leaves in the winter. But they're just cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with them. It's called inosculation. Like there's a guy who made a theme park out. I forget what state it's in. They actually bought like all these trees that he God, I'm blanking on his name right now. I should know it. It's I know it, dude, Axel something. But in any case, this Axel feller, he made all these trees where they would be like, I mean, you like with this X shape only in a circle going all the way up. So it's like the whole tree just looks like it has diamond willow or diamond windows in it, like, like this all the way up. Or like there's ones where you would take them and make have 2 trees that would, I don't know, there's all sorts of weird ones. Like I've got some pictures of some pretty cool tree art, like tree art, or whatever they call it, tree forming or bending or whatever, on Instagram too, where like people are just like, even just like with the willow, it's really easy just to take and grow 2 of them and then have them tie together, and then you can have a branch come out and you can have a person, and then his hair just grows for 10 years. And I mean, it'll be just get bigger and bigger, and you have that growing in your ditch, and all, people will remember that every time they drive by and shit. And it's just simple. It takes a couple seconds if you have willow shoots growing. I mean, a lot of times, like in swampy areas or along rivers and shit, it'll just be a bunch of them just growing up like this, where they just look like they're almost like weeds, whether they're willow trees. Or like people make chairs out of them, where you actually grow a full-size chair. And there's a company that makes them out of oak that's in England somewhere, and they sell them for like $4,000 a piece or something like that. They take 10, 15 years to grow. You got to pre-order them 15 years in advance, but I don't know.
I think I've seen what you're talking about. People doing similar things, making furniture and shit, tying them together, letting it grow together, pulling back the bark at where they tie them together like that. Trees will grow together anyway. That's basically how like bird's eye patterns appear in like maples and shit like that.
Yeah, like I've tried inducing the diamond willow fungus to trees to make it progress faster. I used to do a lot of diamond willow hunting and shit. Carbon. Willows are fun. There's a lot of them. There's a guy that does. There's several of them, I'm sure, but there's a guy on. I think I've even mentioned here before, where he does cannabis bonsai on Instagram. There's another guy that like does kind of like tree shaping, tree shaping. That's what they call it. If you want to look up online on the Googles, but like They fucking. He's got like he usually does it with his roots. Like he'll put like an action figure or something like that in his roots, and he'll have the like it'll be like a guy boxing, and he'll be like punching the roots or something like that. Or it's kind of weird, but he definitely forms them and shit and makes cool art with them. You can bend and form weed plant too a lot. Spell your name out with it if you're bored. Doesn't all have to be. Out the door on the schedule, fucking veg that bitch for a year and spell your name. I don't know. I want to do a tree of 40 fruits like they got out. I think it's in New York or something somewhere. The guy's got a tree that has got 40 different what do they call them? Stone fruits or whatever. Like I forget what they call it, the heritage fruits, like they're ones that like there used to be so many different fruits and vegetables to choose from back in the day, but everything's been bottlenecked to where you got 4 kites of apples and you've got one type of banana and fucking there's no variety. You got 4 tomatoes to choose from, and but this guy's got.
I follow this guy. It turns out he's in my county in San Diego, but he's called Manna Fruit, and he's into like every kind of exotic fruit, tree, plant, like really rare stuff. He always is showing like mainly fruits that you've never seen, and somehow he grows them all right on some couple acres in San Diego. Manna Fruit. He has a hell of a collection. Some of the stuff I think some of them he does sell and has like this nursery. From just following him, I get the gist. Not all of it, but some of it's really expensive.
Is he Jewish by any chance?
I don't know. He just posts. I don't know who he is. You see his hands sometimes, but
I think manna was something. I remember it from fucking church school or some shit that was like that they ate, that the Jews ate.
He's really into it, like
kind of bread.
Yeah, I don't know how I came across it, but a couple years I followed this guy, and yeah, he's got some really way out plants, mainly fruits.
There's a guy in Nebraska who's a retired postal worker, and when he was like in his 70s or maybe even 80s, he'd built a greenhouse addition to their house, or a solar patio or whatever. That sometimes you see that. Must have been a thing like in the 80s or something like that. Because I remember a lot of the houses around here kind of had them, but it kind of died off in popularity. Where we just have like a porch that would have glass ceiling on it or whatever. But he'd had that on their house, and like he decided that he wanted to he made a greenhouse, and there's a video on YouTube called Nebraska retiree grows oranges in the snow, and it's got over 1 million views, I think. And he's got this geothermal greenhouse where he's got like drain tile that he's got dug or buried underneath the ground, and it goes out like he's got like 8 tubes of it that run out like I don't know, like 70 feet or something like that away, and then they come up, then they surface from there again, and then they come back again 80 feet. But what happens is they like in Nebraska, even where he is, when it's the ground can be frozen 3 feet or whatever, but still when you get down to that certain point, you got a constant 72 degrees or whatever it is. And he grows orange trees in this greenhouse, and he's the only guy for 700 miles around that grows orange trees. Like in the farmers markets in the winter and shit, he can charge 3 times what they charge for a Florida orange, because he's the only one in the north of Florida growing oranges. But it can be done everywhere, but yet he's the only one doing it, and it's kind of mind-boggling to me. But he shows plans and everything for his greenhouses. Nebraska retiree grows oranges in the snow.
Well, anything's possible then, because isn't citrus, like if it gets too cold, even around
Yep.
here, that not anyone really grows citrus, but you still see the burners. They had like, I guess they burned gas or some kind of heaters that were in the groves when it got cold. Try to keep them warm.
Yeah, they could be something to do with they I want to say they shock them with some type of chemical that keeps them orange, that keeps them from, that ripens them. I could be talking about something completely different though. Cheers, Mr. Otto.
What's up, Ryan? Yeah, that stuff you're talking about, isn't that just shit, it starts with the E. Ethanol? No.
Yeah. Ethylene.
Ethylene. That's it, man. Yep. Ethylene gas. Yeah, they use lots of that shit. I was thinking of getting some of that for my. It's supposed to improve flowering time, no? Or speed up the flowering process.
I don't know. I know they use it to make them to cure
tomatoes and shit.
Yeah.
Bananas. Yeah.
Well, I know from being in the fruit business, strawberries, this when they have them on a pallet, they have this plastic that goes over them, and then they suck out the oxygen and shoot in a little bit of nitrogen, and then they ship them. That keeps them from ripening faster.
Well, I think just picking them so green helps with that process too, right? These motherfuckers pick everything so green.
Yeah, it's all part of that.
Yeah, they're still not quite dead yet when they get on the truck. Seems.
Well,
a lot of them go straight to concentrate too. They freeze them, flash freeze them right away. I mean, fresh frozen isn't a new idea by any means.
Hey, bud, imagine you had like a fresh avocado before. Like I never had a fresh one before. Imagine it's just like tomatoes, growing your own tomato, right? It's so much of a difference between a.
Well, avocado still gets picked where it's not like ripe and ready to eat when it's picked. It needs like a few days to ripen. Even like the Connex cooler I have, when we had the fruit stand business, we would rent out space in that to avocado farmers that would fill it up and then hold the avocados for months waiting for the better price, because right at like harvest time it's the lowest price. And
just
then,
like weed.
as long as you kept them under 50 some degrees, they wouldn't ripen. So yeah, that was like a side hustle. We used to rent out space to people to store their avocados until the price went up.
I wonder if you could do the same thing with weed. You pick it early enough, but you let it age enough that it actually, changes some shit. I guess that'd be still the CBN and shit. Wouldn't be enough of a secondary metabolites to like.
I think it's out of popularity now, but a few years ago, there was always the hash guys were cutting things down early because that, gave them the lighter color or the better whatever.
The blonde,
but
they don't have that.
I think that's been proven wrong. Bottom line is, I'm not really that versed in hash, but I smoked weed my whole fucking life. If you take down weed early to make hash with it, when weed isn't finished, it's not like even if you cut it down a week, a couple days before it's ready, it's not. No, it needs to be ready to be all that it could be. So even if it might make a pretty little gram in a jar, if it was cut down like a week or two early, and then it's the weed, the cannabinoids, the whole entourage is same
Correct.
thing. If you
Correct.
We've all had taken a bud down too early and smoked it. It's just not anything like what it is.
Then for it was A for color, get the beach sand, and it was closer to that's when they were doing like the live rosin, pressing it from plant to straight to, you know what I mean? So the different processes. At some point, I think that's, bigger farms trying to push skipping a step, basically. You know what I mean? From harvest to freezer, fuck trimming it, send it right to the extracts guy. It saves
Oil to oil.
they don't have to store it as much. You know what I mean? It's a smaller product. I think that's still to this day the reason why we see such a big push in extracts is because it skips a majority of the step. You ain't gonna fuck up the drying time. You ain't gotta pay nobody to trim it. You know what I mean? Harvest to freezer, send it to the extract company, boom.
Yeah, and my experience outside, and even experience I have through some of my other friends, they do outside at much bigger scale. Those last 3 weeks, the last few weeks of outdoor, when you really need it to finish, that's the trickiest time. That's when everything comes down to. So like, yeah, a lot of times outdoor crops just get taken down because either the weather, the bud rot, the pest pressures.
With that bag that I was just sifting from, that was all our maybe called third harvest, because like I went through the first harvest and I just took all the that year none of the plants were trained, or none of the majority of the plants were trained. So I would just go and I'd take all the top. You usually get your apical meristem top, your big middle one. And then a lot of times, like on the southwest corner, you'd get another maybe one or two, one of the lowers that came up to be a thicker top. And I would just take all of those tops, and then kind of like just take an even line. So then the rest of the plant, by the time like second harvest, I'd go and we would just take and chop off anything that was from like, you can kind of get a feel for where they're not like the plant will maybe be matured like 2/3 of the way down, but that bottom little bit will still be all these little dinky buds. And so, like the first harvest we just tops, and all those would get hand trimmed, and they would go to jars or but they'd be slow cured and everything. And the second harvest would be like the majority of the plant, but we would leave a bunch there in the fields still, depending, this is kind of like was dependent on like what our time scale was, but like but that last harvest we just kind of let it go until frost made us harvest. Like we usually go through like 1 or 2 frosts here before you get bud rot really bad, and you still got to kind of shake them off in the morning, with the frost on them and shit sometimes. But that's why this all this is from that third harvest stuff where it was like I look at with my microscope here.
Did you guys happen to notice like any fluctuations in that THC level, or did it always stay below 3% or whatever the max is?
We never we didn't do that much test. We only did it because I mean
you're only required to do it once, right? Imagine.
Twice. So the state out, but they come out like way before your plants like come out when it's like so many inches of flower on the plant is when you call them. And like for the hemp or the CBD, it's you kind of want to get them out there as early as possible so you don't go over with their test. But like the plant's not even mature when they come out, but they'll come out and they'll take their sample, and then then they'll give you a commerce pass, whatever, certification, and then from there it's up. You're supposed to harvest within 30 days of their when they give you their go ahead. But then you have to provide your own CO2 from a third party to whoever you sell it to. If if that you want to do other, well, I was even other that second day. fake it, or they have, already have output for it to go to. So they can skip that, just, get a CO2 on their extraction after the fact.
Yeah, I think you guys can add like biomass to it and bring down the numbers, can't you?
Yeah, there's like it used to be, if you went over like the first few years where you had to destroy your crop, and a lot of people got really fucked over by that. And
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would be like in
they
wine. If your finished product, or even in booze, was higher, like wine is supposed to be whatever percent, but somehow you made it and it came out a little higher, you would have to destroy that batch. But that's not what they do. They just like add more grape juice, basically. Right?
What's up with fortified wine? What's up with that stuff? Is there some weird shit with fortified wines?
Well, I mean, the only experience I have with that is 10 years ago when shatter was the thing, you needed to buy ethanol. And the best grade ethanol was this stuff called organic grape seed ethanol. That it was like 200 proof. And it was this company in Oregon that, part of what made that not really economical was how much you had to pay shipping and the alcohol tax part and all this. But that website and that company, pre all of us cannabis people doing business with them, basically had like 4 or 5 kinds of grain alcohols, all the way leading to the grape seed alcohol. And in the little description, it was fortifying wine. The website and the company was set up for winemakers to buy ethanol, basically because, if you can make, I think it's 11%. I don't drink, so I don't know the numbers like that, but there's like 11% wine, whatever, right? And your wine came out 9.5%. Well, you would bring it up to 11%. Because
after you whine about it a little bit,
but they have to do it. They have to state that on the bottle, right? They just can't, or they do anyways, right? Sort of like one of those.
And I imagine when it gets down to the cheapest of wine, at that point it's just grape juice and ethanol, right?
Ooch.
Like, why would you need to go through the process of like making the wine if you could just,
fake it, like fake honey, right? You get fake honey. Like most of our cooking oils, like our high-end olive oils, apparently a lot of that's cut with like cheaper, it's not olive oil they use. They use grapeseed oil. And
Man, dog, 2020 wine.
Hey, well, he's like my kid, but my best friend Robbie, he's like a production hash guy, rosin guy at scale, and he's had contracts with growers up north for the last, he's been doing about 5-6 years. So in the each year, this is the trend with these guys that are the growers that have big plots. At first, he used to just get like what Ryan is saying. They would come and take the nugs off the plants, like the all the good spots, leave the lower, whatever. And he would get to come and take that to take into the freezers and make hash. That was like a couple years back. And then slowly but surely, this last year, the whole thing, the whole plant, the whole crop, the whole field, put it in the freezer, make hash with it. And that's like a trend. Like a lot of it gets down to like on that type of product, it's like you'll be lucky to get 5 a piece. And at that point, like, those same people had a different property, a building in town or somewhere else that was set up to do the drying because it's at scale. It becomes a huge thing. That, the trimming, putting it back, all that, no, if you're only paying that much for the product, it's not worth putting out a couple $100 per, or even anything per, to bring it to that stage. And then they'll put it in the freezer and That's
Get
the way
more
to do
out
it.
of it as an extract. I'm sure you could get twice a couple ounces of extra out of that pound. And
his one,
what, 400, 500 bucks an ounce? A good jar bucket?
His one boss, has been doing it like 13 years, right? So in the last few years, I mean, this could be common to like everybody, but maybe not. They used to like start harvest in the afternoon and try to get done by whatever in the evening. No, they've learned, like, especially with the hash, it really matters a lot. They don't even start till like 10, 11 o'clock at night and work all through the night. They stop when the sun comes up, right? And because when they take it down and when the sun is up or even a few hours after,
it automatically,
the
sun is automatically burning off terpenes and shit.
So I mean, and they've seen the results of it, right? Which says even on a small scale, like you should take your plant down at night, not in the daytime or in the morning or
under the harvest moon.
Well, ultimately, yeah.
But I don't know the science behind that all either, but if there is any.
Well, my partner in my new venture in the outdoor thing, he's real KNF and what's it? He has like something he looks at that tells you that, oh, you're not supposed to germinate seeds these days. Oh, these days.
Farmer's Almanac.
Some of that, but it's also with this, I forget. There's people that believe in, like, there's these cycles, and if you follow them, you'll get better results, basically. I'm like, that sounds good, but like, sometimes you just have to go with like the time. Like this year we've had a real winter in SoCal. So we're just, guess the rain might be finally over, but we're still like in like the mid 30s at night and but any day now it's going to snap and it'll be like the perfect weather for 8 months. So, but normally this would have already been like, it's already April and it's still like rainy out and shit. That's not normal around here. Or maybe it was in the 100-year Farmer's Almanac, but in the last 10 or 20 years, I think I've only had 3 seasons anywhere like this. In some of the years, like I've already weed whacked my property and probably will have to do it 2 more times this year. In those drought years, never had to weed whack because they would die on their own, like once they popped up.
Hell yeah.
That's your lawn, bud. Go get a bunch of native plants and plant that fucker so you don't have to water them ever again. And it'll look pretty. It'll be native.
Well, hey, I'm down with KNF, if like, especially if I got someone to help me do the work. So like when I weed whacked last time, my other worker, my buddy's like, dude, why'd you waste all that stuff? Wait, let me get the barrels, because it turns out like all the stuff that's the natural weeds and stuff, that's all the good stuff for like making good KNF.
Yeah, I bought some yarrow plants for that, process. I don't know if I'm ever going down the KNF side, pathway.
I did a lot of ferments, and like my big thing is that I like making the thermophilic hot compost because I got addicted to Elaine early, and like I made 100-yard pile of it last year, like with skid loader and a lot of time, and fucking I mean, make a lot of extracts with that. And then I would make actively aerated teas as well, but
here's what I noticed. A lot of the real people practicing hard KNF are actually inside the hash community and are growing for hash and washers, right? How you grow the plant matters there.
I think you're living in
like
a little bit.
The thing about KNF is against like using some kind of amendments and nutrition and stuff. KNF, people that make hash, I come to realize they don't really want like nugs. They want a lot of resin, but in a looser form, right? And I think that if you don't give the plant a lot of the nutrition we give the plant, it never had before, right? That's all been like part of the grow, but a lot of it is what makes buds hard and dense in a certain way, right? And if you're really like growing for hash, you don't want the plants like that. Like that's not with a lot of resin. I even heard the hash guys talking about that when they revert, like they veg and they flower and then they go back to veg and then they flower. That's like actually not a bad thing even though that's a bad thing to make hard, good, nice looking nugs, the times I've seen plants do that, they get a little weird and they definitely have a lot of resin and a lot of bracts and a lot of places that have resin. And ultimately, if you're trying to extract that into water and make the top end hash, you don't want like nuggets. Like, what the fuck?
Have you ever heard of anyone? That's what I've noticed. Have you ever heard of anyone using jasmonic acids?
I've heard that term.
That makes some really fluffy buds, right?
Well, supposedly it increases trichome production like in an ungodly amount. Like I'd have to look up the white paper again, but like the white paper I'm talking about.
What does that come from? Is it?
Well, it's a response, like a response, like a, what do you call it? Immune response almost to the pressures, like predators or to
Well, I use that stuff called harpin protein, which was like what kind of the concept you're saying, right? That this certain protein that it was kind of pricey. You had to buy these little packets and only make 1 gallon and spray. But it's supposed to like make an immune response to the plant. I used it for like a year. Then I stopped using it. I actually never saw any results from it. Like it was like, nah. I used it, and then I stopped using it and realized that it didn't do anything. At least, no, I didn't think it did anything.
Well, if it did, it was such a small, minute gain that in your scale you wouldn't know that it's not worth the effort, right? It's going to be like a gram per foot, like who gives a shit?
Yeah, because I'm looking up the paper right now, but it was for a different.
One guy that used it was one of the things he said. It was Skaswatch, which came on a Future Cannabis product and showed weed that was so terpy that there was like liquid terps running down his glass jars with the bud in it. And he had tests showing his stuff at 7 and 9 and even higher terpene levels, which is really pretty high, right? And when he gave you can search it. It was an episode on Future Cannabis, Skaswatch, like the Bigfoot. That's the guy's name. Yeah.
He's a Canadian grower, I think, that guy.
Yeah, and one of his main things he said was this stuff harpin protein. Well, it turns out that this company kind of has a lock on it called Exium or something, and then just sells it in these little amounts. Oh, you can go on Alibaba and buy it like from China at a scale that would be economical, but who knows even what the hell you're buying if it's from China. But he used it root drenched, and because he did like even say, oh, it's pricey, and explain that it used to be under this other product and it was cheaper. And they use it in other agriculture, tomatoes and different plants. It's like agriculture's been using it. But I just foliered. Because it was like $20 for like this little, the amount you could buy a 3-pack, but each little packet was for 1 gallon in a sprayer, or 1 gallon. To do what he was saying, I would have needed like $500 worth of this shit just to fill the reservoir once, because he was like actually giving it at pretty root in the water at a higher level. And maybe I thought, well, that's how and plus he also had his soil and his whole method of growing dialed in, and was searching out terpenes. Like that's like he's the one that explained, and to me, I believe this explanation that, yeah, you can get like 35% of whatever in the weed, but if he got 7 or 10% terps, that same weed wouldn't have 30-some% THC too, right? That it's a scale that all these things have to fit into that 35%. So if you go up a considerable amount in one, it's coming out of the other, basically, if that makes any sense. Like, because a lot of those
you're
weeds,
saying there's a maximum amount.
Yeah,
however that
a lot of
works
those
out.
weeds he had that were probably the dankest fucking weed. It seemed like it from the looks and the description, but they were only like 17, 19%. But they had like that a huge amount of terpene. And like basically he was saying that, if you push the THC, the ones that you push the THC so high on, those aren't gonna have like 2% or 1 point something percent terpenes.
Interesting. I think
because the whole, like, in that whole of 35-40%, whatever we're at now, 30%, that this was a couple years ago, so he wasn't talking 40%, because I don't even think we were talking 40% a couple years ago.
Is someone claiming 40% now? There has to be someone in Cali.
There's these labs would say anything. Matter of fact, half these labs, like even the black market brands, like just print up fake lab shit, put it whatever they want on it. It's like, you can, like, have you seen what a lab report is? Like, if you've seen one, then you can copy and paste anything you want in there, right? Like, documents basically mean nothing in today's world with the internet and
but peer reviewed papers do mean a lot. If they're peer reviewed and journal accepted, there's something to be said for that.
Well, I remember when the medical, which I still have mine, but you couldn't make a copy of the actual recommendation, because like ultimately, even if a place printed you a card, the card didn't mean anything. It was the recommendation, because that's the thing the doctor signed. But the doctor also stamped, at least in California, stamped this stamp on it that was like dimensional. You know what I mean? It wasn't ink. It raised it, right? And that was like the only official paper, right? So like, if you made a copy of that, that wasn't official. Like a lot of the dispensaries, they wouldn't accept that. They had to have the one with the raised stamp on it, because that's the one that the doctor gave you. So that's one way. But in today's world, they would just figure out a way to make that raise. Like, they can counterfeit any document. That's easy.
So here's what I was talking about. The name of the paper is Interactive Effects of Jasmonic Acid, Salicylic Acid, and Gibberellin on Induction of Trichomes in Arabidopsis 1. And then like the main thing that they get out of it is that the combination of Gibberellin and Jasmonic acid, like I wrote it down in chat here. It says, like, in the absence of Gibberellin, the leaves treated with Jasmonic acid increased only 5% in trichome density number, but in the presence of Gibberellin, leaves of plants treated with Jasmonic acids increased 48.9% in trichome density and 93% in trichome number.
Okay,
Damn.
but is this something that's derived from something that's like, oh, you can amend with this and it has that? Or is
Plants
it something
make it. I mean,
plants make?
marijuana. cannabis makes
Well,
it.
right.
But
right.
Jasmine, I imagine, would be one of the key producers of it. I don't know how to synthesize
Not
it or anything.
necessarily.
You can buy vials of it online.
Well, I know you can get, what's it called? The one with the G.
Gibberellic.
That, yeah, I mean, that's part of what is like in some root.
It's a growth hormone. It's like in barley a lot.
And is recommended, like if you have really old seeds that is adding a little, which at this point is like a little, like not, you have to have a better measuring than a measuring glass.
So gibberellin is also used with salicylic acid for the rooting and everything. But in the same study that I just showed here, they also showed that that the combination of gibberellin with salicylic acid in flour reduces trichome density and number. So you want to stay away from giving salicylic acid in flour. I mean, that's what comes from like the willow tree, or that's what's in a lot of rooting.
I used the full power for a while. That's Dr. What's his name's products. And then recently he was on a show. He's retired now, so it's going on a while ago. But he said through their hemp clients, they found that by using the fulvic or the full power, he like changed his whole thing, because the initial directions on that was to use it all the way through flour, right? Of course, any nutrient company wants you to use it as much as they could recommend. But then he changed up on that recommendation and said that tests showed that in the hemp, and that's why his product was being used by hemp farmers a lot, was that it in the last few weeks, it brought the THC numbers down and brought the CBD numbers up, which, yeah, I used to use that stuff. Well, not all the way to maybe the last week, the last couple reservoirs. But then after he said all that, I was like, oh, then I only used it like the first 2-3 weeks of flour, and then cut it out, because he said on a doctor, you know the guy I'm talking about? Dr. Faust. That's his name.
Yeah, I've heard. I want to say I shouldn't talk shit if I can't. No, never mind. I know I've heard about him though quite a bit.
Well, he's actually a real PhD, and over the years has developed some good products for growing.
There's like a 40-second video on YouTube. It's on Matt Powers' permaculture student YouTube channel. It's got Elaine Ingham that tells you how to extract humic acids passively with water through compost, and it takes about 30 seconds for her to explain it, to get your humic and fulvic acids for free out of your own compost.
Well, here's like why I stopped using full power, because it came in the gallon. It was like $40. It's recommended, I think it was 10 through 20 mils per gallon. And I remember thinking to myself that ultimately he controls the pour rate, like how concentrated his product is. And like to sell a product for people that grow at scale, 10 to 20 mils per gallon. Are you kidding me? Like that's like a gallon's just gonk, nothing. Like you're like putting $5-7 in each reservoir. And yeah, I didn't see that much results from it to relative value. Now, if it was like 1 or 2 or top 3 mils per gallon, okay, then fair deal, $40.
Well, I want to say his
Right?
dry stuff is like that now. Pretty good dilution
but-
rate.
Yeah, well, the dry stuff is better dilution rate, and yeah, buying the gallon of the other stuff was, but yeah, like I always thought that, oh, they created that 10 to 20 mil per gallon. They could have given that gallon up in any concentration they wanted to, right? That they are in control of that, and that yeah, if you wanted someone like myself at the size I was at, yeah, no, I'm not. 10 to 20 mils per gallon. Are you kidding me?
Well, guys, I hate to do this, but man, I am falling out over here, and I still got a few things before I crash.
Well, you started at 6, right? This is
6.
like really pretty.
No, it was 9. It was 6 cows.
Okay, 6 West Coast time, 9 your time, but like that makes this show like epically long because, like, I don't know what time it. Wait,
So it'd be
you've been on almost 6 hours.
yeah.
Well,
Good run.
thank you as always.
I appreciate the company and the conversation and the knowledge that gets brought out in these conversations. So,
Yeah, like ultimately support midget wrestling.
good one, brother.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for the giveaway. Major, you was late, man. Late.
Man, I didn't even know you were on, fool. I forgot about this Monday night mandatory shit.
See what just the thought of the autos is fucking up your memory.
Shit. Gotta get back to myself, I guess. Damn it. Autos. Die, motherfucker. Die, all you autos. Die. Peace.
Plant 2 autos. They love one another right now.
Good advice. Cheers, Ryan.
Cheers.
Thanks for popping on. Many times. With that being said, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this Monday early episode of the Weed Nerd World. I greatly appreciate and love hanging out with you guys every chance I get. With that being said, unfortunately, because it's been a long one and I have a few things to do before I fall out, I'll make it up on them shout outs, so I will. But if this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, my gosh, you're up way too early. Take time out for a little bit of self-love, a little bit of meditation. I cannot emphasize how important that is, that you love yourself. You cannot give anything you do not have. So make sure you have a lot for yourself so you can give out a lot. Along the lines of what I am hoping is a very prosperous day, please take time off, do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. And with that being said, thank you for hanging out this evening. Don't forget to do something nice. Random acts of kindness do save lives. One last time. I'm out of here.